7, everyone. Yes. All right. See if it updated everything correctly. That's just great. Okay. Well, let's see. Yeah. Okay. It's definitely one of those weeks. Twitch. Okay. I'm alive and everyone else too. Okay. Wait, why am I hearing my voice? Okay, there we go. Echo, echo, echo. Yeah, that's funny. And there we go. All right. So, good evening, everyone. This is Axis 0096. I'm going to be going. Totally forgot that I have an entire Star Citizen live to go over. A very long one, which is, oh my gosh, it's like, really? I totally forgot about that Star Citizen live from the other day. And that's going to be a problem. Alright. Who's on here? I'm hoping everyone is doing great. Has had a great couple of days. I don't know these people. Yeah, I'm good, man. 85. Thanks for the offer, but I'm good. Somebody trying to sell me views. That's hilarious. Sorry, I don't take purchases. Okay, there we go. Wait, that's Tuesday. Okay. Okay, so I'm just double checking some stuff and then we're going to get into it. So, yeah. Alright. Put this over here. So we're going to watch... Oh, and tomorrow, chat, don't forget we have the Apollo video coming out. Who was? Robert, by the way, for anyone who's a fan of Robert Redford, he passed away today. So, rest in peace, Robert Redford. He was a very big Hollywood star for many, many years. I think clear up until the last couple of years, honestly. If I know the... Sorry. Okay. Okay. Where is... Benoit. There it is.
Is this year, and in years past, you know, from
A bit more data than
Darn
they should. And
past we
let's get it on.
it. Okay. Display capture. Oops. Well, that's kind of weird, but okay. There we go.
Hi, everybody. Just gonna let Benoit do that thing in the background. The show's actually started, Benoit, so this will be on the YouTube version. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee, and if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, it's where we take about an hour, although not in this case, it's going to be a lot longer.
This is going to be a lot longer than an hour.
And talk to you.
Turns out to be
Star
about
Citizen
3
community.
hours. So
we put our developers to the test. We have them answer questions. We have them talk about various aspects of their work. Sometimes
Super boring.
we show off really unfortunate plushies that never made it into production. We do all manner of things in this show. On the show this week, we are doing the prophesized sequel to a special edition show that we did back in the beginning of February this year. Now, for those of you who might not remember, or you've joined the project since then, welcome aboard. Back in February of this year, after Chris Roberts announced in his letter from the chairman a fundamental change in the manner and focus of our development for this year, Benoit and I took to SCL and spent 2 or 3 hours. I don't remember how long.
About 3.
Would have been good to look at that before I came here. To just shoot on everything. Talk about everything under the sun. Figure out what these changes really meant, stuff like this. And we said at the end of that show that we'd be back
3
in roughly
hours.
about
3
6
hours
months.
of this,
So
and this is
6
going to be
plus 2
yeah.
is 8. It's 9. Would you expect anything less?
That's right.
So we're back. We're back today. Do a quick
3
recap.
hours of
All
this
right.
chat.
First the Earth
Jesus.
cooled. Then the dinosaurs came.
The what?
Now we're back to talk about a whole variety of topics. This is not your traditional Q&A show where we take questions from the community, although if we see some good questions in the Twitch chat, we might throw them in from time to time. This is our interview format. So we have worked out a series of topics that we want to cover. Based on our previous conversations, we expect this show to go a bit long. So, you know, if you got someplace to go, you know, be sure to check out the YouTube replay later. If you'd rather listen to read an AI summary or something on Reddit, I mean, I can't stop you. I can't stop you. But yeah, you're going to do what you're going to do. We're going to do what we're going to do. Let's jump into it. Let me start by introducing our guest, the man who needs no introduction, but we're going to do it anyway. Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Benoit Beauséjour. Benoit, how you doing, man?
It's getting better every time. Your pronunciation, it's always going up. It's great. I feel good. I feel good.
Well, I appreciate that. Well, who did we? We just hired, just added somebody to my team, and I've never she's worked for me for about 6-7 weeks now. And I've never once tried to say her last name out loud because I'm afraid.
That's okay. You can do it.
She's not watching the show, so she doesn't know I'm talking about her.
Good.
Benoit, who are you and what do you do for Star Citizen?
Well,
He
I
wastes
am
a lot of
developer,
people's time.
and I am the Chief Technology Officer for CIG.
Kidding,
That means
Chad,
that
kidding.
I oversee everything technical, so gameplay engineers, engine engineers, graphic engineers, AI engineers, everybody who touches a
I'm
computer.
being cynical.
Almost, you know,
Very
It's
cynical.
basically my job.
And how much?
Welcome
of
in,
everything
chat.
is wrong with
Welcome
your phone?
in. Hope everyone's having a great
full spectrum
afternoon.
will
I'm
take
having to
everything.
catch up. I'm a little bit behind on news.
I mean,
I've been
basically
for a
I
few
empower all
days.
the teams
Sorry,
to
chat.
build the game, and so
Hope everyone's
technically
doing
everything
well.
kind of is my fault in a way, you know.
Fault. All right. So,
Wow.
like I said, we have a lot to talk about today. Who knows how long it's going to take? Because it's not like we have any time to rehearse or hash any of this stuff out ahead of time. We're just going to jump into it.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. So, part one of this show that I'm inventing right now in my head.
Yeah.
I want to call part one the year of playability. So, the year of playability
Yeah.
is not necessarily a
The year of
statement that we ever
playability,
made.
which
we never
sucked.
didn't say it in the February show or whatnot.
It was not a year of playability, Jared. It's a year of stinkability.
I think it was like
Seriously.
2025, a focus on playability. It's a fair assessment of the mission that we set out for ourselves.
There was nothing
at the
playable
end of
about
last
this
year.
year at first.
Just, have we during the February show? Remember, guys, we're figuring this out. As
I'm
we go
pretty
along.
sure a lot of people in
busy.
chat would have
So
some
during this show, we talked a
serious
lot about
misgivings
Star
about
Citizen had been
the
going
year of
in one
playability
direction
as
for
well.
about 10 years. You know, since the launch of the PU at the end of
pretty
2015 and up until the end of 2024 and whatnot, roughly about 10 years there. You know, we were on one kind of mentality. We were on one. It changed a bit with when 3.0 came out after that big long period where we didn't ship for 8 months and my beard went crazy and whatnot. But we went to this very feature-driven. We were on this very feature-driven, building the foundation of the game kind of attitude for so many years, where we didn't take a whole lot of opportunities to stop and look at what was out there and spend time on fixing that and hardening that and stuff like that. It was always about, we got to get the next thing out, we got to get the next thing out, we got to get the next thing out, because we have many of the same thoughts our backers do.
I must have
you
an
gotta get this
echo
stuff out.
going.
We decided that in 2025, because of the impending release of Squadron 42 in 2026, and the need to
Is the
let
volume
those people
okay,
focus
chat?
on that
Just
and getting
asking.
that closed out, whatnot. We were going to allow the engineers that remained on their focuses remained on Star Citizen to take a step back from new feature work and look at hardening and fixing and addressing a lot of the long-standing issues. Now, I said a lot. I didn't say every. It's as many as we can within the time. You know, it's a 10-year journey towards one direction doesn't get turned around and fixed in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. And we said this at the time. Nonetheless, there's still people who, you know, we see the same comments, guys. We see the same things like, oh, so much for the year of playability. That was literally my brother. I'm not making fun of anybody else. I'm literally quoting my brother. If you've ever met my little brother, that's exactly how he sounds, because he plays the game. He plays the game, and I get crap for my little brother. It's not just the backers. It's you, Clark. Welcome to the show. So I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that. It's how all little brothers sound, at least in our heads. At least in our heads. I just wanted y'all to I want to make sure everybody knows I was making fun of one specific individual that I share genes with.
I also sound like that sometimes when I talk to John
Also,
Cook.
Chad, if you're curious about joining my
what about my shit,
Discord,
you know?
I am posting the link.
So let's talk about this year of playability and how it's gone so far. We said we'd check in six months later. We're roughly here.
Good.
How's this year of playability
Thank
going?
you,
What have we
Lunamaria.
done? What have we
Pleased
achieved?
to
Where are we at in our process? Are we happy? You know,
pleased to hear that.
Benoit, you do the Benoit thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I want to go a bit further out than just the beginning of the year, right? Because
That's
let's
good.
let's take same date last year. right?
Okay.
So let's go full 1 year back. You know, the state of the game 1 year in the past was still single server DGS, right? So we're talking about maximum 100 players per game shard, one server simulating all of the universe, no second star system, right? So only one star system.
Yep.
Server performance, not good.
4 or 5
Right.
frames.
I mean, if you're lucky,
You're
right?
lucky. Like when you load it in.
Like the parameters for us to launch a patch was basically 7-ish, which is horrible if you think about it. And so that was last year, right? So we start from far, right?
We
And
were still in the clutches of 30K.
we're
back
still
then,
in the
too.
clutches of 30K, correct? So we did have some level of server recovery, but a lot of issues related to it that could have side
Good.
effects.
I'm glad that I
Some of them
fixed
are
the
still present.
volume
We'll talk about
issue.
some of those.
Good to hear.
And so, fast forward to now, like the assessment is a lot better, I think, in my mind, right? Like, obviously we've had the release of 4.0. Like, it's been a bit of a roller coaster. I'm not saying it's been just a straight line. Like, we've taken some dips and then improved the stability and the quality of the game overall. But obviously we have the 4.0 release, which came with static server meshing, which was the element that we needed to free up server performance, right? So on average now, when we
Alright.
look at server perf, I mean, other than some egregious problems which we've identified, we get per territory stats now. So basically, we don't just get like server FPS is X, right? We're gonna know Stanton server FPS is X, or Hurston server FPS is Y, and so we can compare depending on which territory what performance we're getting. And FPS is just one of those parameter, right? There's a lot more. But let's stick to FPS just because it's a simple mental model, right? Because it does have an effect on the gameplay. So nowadays, on average, server FPS is up 20 easily, right? Obviously,
Really?
some zones, like let's say when we launched, I think Stormageddon, there were some issues affecting those zones that made those servers like dip below that quite a bit, and so they dragged the average down. But overall, the game server performance is way, 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 way better. And I think having
Really,
700, we've
Darkside?
pushed up to 800 players per shard,
Huh.
which is something we're pushing at right now. We'll talk about this if we talk about server meshing a bit more.
Gotta love bugs.
And so we're going to be pushing this really hard moving forward. But I think that if you look at compare
There's
last year
always
to this
bugs, and sometimes they're not great.
In my mind, it's not the same game.
And sometimes they're
Completely
not
the
on
same game.
CIG's
Like now,
material.
if we look at even the stats from our players, like session length is up like 10x. It's not even comparable.
Yeah.
So that means people play for longer periods of time and they stay online. I think server recovery is a big help for that. Though the stability of the game server is also improved dramatically, and so this is all because of the efforts of the changes that we've done, not only to the priority calls like you just explained, right, which is taking where we're going and trying to slowly shift it to change direction, because a team like this of this size doesn't switch.
That
on a
is
dime.
super weird.
It takes
You
a long
got
time
a totally different
for
live
these
stream
changes to
than
trickle in. But
what's going
now
on.
that we've got kind of
Dark
the
Side,
big
that is really
organizational
weird.
changes in, that we're starting to see reap the rewards of it, which is I hope is showing in the game. Anyway, it's showing for me, so I'm seeing it. So it's so we'll compare 1 year back to now. I think it's night and day. There's still a long ways to go. I'm not saying we're happy with this. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can adjust
There's folks in the
it.
chat specifically talking about, okay, well, let's go do Hathor and let's go do this. And you alluded to that there. You're talking about a macro sense throughout the entire persistent universe, every single aspect of the game. It's to call out specific, this specific area is bad and this specific area is bad. That's not what we're talking about. We acknowledge that and stuff, and those are areas that still need improvement. Stuff.
There we go.
As we
Okay.
do this Russian nesting doll kind of conversation and go down, we'll start drilling down to individual aspects later in the show. At its broadest, though, overall, the things that would just prevent people from being
Trying
able
to
to log
adjust
in,
it.
the things that would prevent people from
Sound
being able to
alerts.
stay.
Let's see. Let's see if I can.
Those larger scale issues that it doesn't matter if
Trying
you
to
fix the other
adjust
things.
it.
If you're constantly getting a 30K, if you're constantly getting kicked out, if you constantly can't get back in, it doesn't matter if we've improved Hathor performance if you can't get to Hathor. Those bigger things are what we're talking about here, and those have seen some measurable, marked improvements. I mean, an improvement from 4 to 5 FPS to 20 FPS is huge. Nobody even talks about 30K stuff anymore. Server recovery is, I mean, it's hard to make a trailer. We sat there. Back when we thought about how do we make a trailer for server recovery and stuff, and then it's like we did it for two reasons. And I'm going to talk a little bit here about why marketing pushes some things and doesn't push some other things. One is there's no real interesting way to show it without you've all seen the server recovery screen. You're sitting there and doing that. But also,
Whatever, dude.
I'm just going to be real. We're only what? We're only 13 minutes into it. Well, let's get to a real moment of truth here right now. Over the course of the 11 years I've been here, we sometimes toot the horn like we've invented something that honestly should be standard. It should be standard. It's if we were doing things different, if we had had different priorities at this point or whatever, that would have just been a thing we would have had before. So we couldn't have server mesh, we couldn't have server recovery before because we had to. It was part of the whole nesting architecture within meshing. So we had to build an infrastructure before you could have a recovery that would bring that stuff back. So the way that we chose to do things meant that some things couldn't come till later. I mean, there's people again. We'll talk a little bit about org stuff and
All
stuff.
right.
You know, we still don't have orgs in our game and stuff. Those are things that are foundational that you would find in day one of other MMOs. and we're
Okay,
here,
that
10
should have
years
done
into
it,
the PU, we still don't have
Darkside.
it. So I want to be real clear that when we talk about this and we celebrate our achievements, and I'm really proud of our achievements this year, the stuff that Ben Watson are real. This year is a night and day difference from last year. I think anybody being real candid and honest with themselves would admit that. At the same time, I want to be candid and honest and be like, I don't want to pretend like this was we invented the wheel and whatnot. This was the change that Chris set out for us last year. It's, hey, let's slow down. Let's refocus.
What the heck? I
and
just
let's find
muted
those
it.
things that we lost along the way and catch back up. Does that
I
mean
didn't even touch it
a
this
slowdown on
time.
new
What
features?
the?
Yeah.
Okay, what
It
happened?
does, and it has all year, as we said it would in February.
That's weird.
Just
Okay, I'm just gonna mute
little
this.
reality
There we
check
go.
for everybody.
There we go.
I
Try
want you to talk
again,
about how we did it, though.
Darkside.
We're going to spend some time. We're going to talk about freight elevators and all that stuff right now. But up here at the top, though, how did we do this change? What were the organizational changes and the operational changes that we did that made this possible and that are going to continue for the foreseeable future?
Well, so there's a series of things like company-wide that have had to change for this to happen. The first one, we talked a little bit about this in January, which was the idea of having hero cards or Joker cards, I call them, on specific issues, right?
I
And so
just muted
we've,
it.
and then it was funny because people were like, "Give the Joker card to this other bug," right?
I
And it's
muted
like,
the
yeah,
dang
that's
thing
basically
too.
what we do.
That's I
But we've
think
extended that
the
concept
system
a
is
bit
disagreeing
further.
with me now
And
for some
I hate
reason.
that we changed the name, but we
I
did
don't
change
know
the
what's
name.
going
and we
on.
called those
I
hero
literally
squads now.
pushed
So
mute on
what
it.
we've done is that we've
I think
taken
this
a subject,
thing's
for example,
cursed.
Transit,
Okay,
right,
let's
which
see
we've
what's going on
extensively
here.
talked about in January, and we've made a hero squad around it. So that
Okay.
means we've dedicated resources just to all the bugs related to one system, right? And we've changed the methodology. So the way that we used to deal with bug fixes in the past, it's basically engineers get the bug report, they put it in their task list. At some point, they emit the fix and they ship it in a patch. Now, as the patch release comes closer and closer, those bugs
Wow.
get verified and or need to be accelerated. And so it's always a bit of a the
That's,
fixes are valid. They're correct.
Very
but
interesting.
we don't have time to test them fully. We've had a lot of regressions, right? And so regression was becoming a problem because we were going too fast to try to solve some issues. And so some systems like Transit are complicated enough that you can't just emit the fix.
I want
So
to pause you there. What is regression?
regression is when I say I fixed bug X and I've created bug Y.
Okay.
So it's basically when we're introducing new bugs or breaking other things because we try a fix.
Okay.
And so regression was a big problem on the project in general.
You know what? I'm just not going to touch it anymore.
The code review process.
I give up.
Things like this. So these hero squads basically we
I
flipped
think
a
it's
bit the
cursed.
relationship. So we decided that fixing issues, let's say I'm going to keep Transit as my hero squad example because it's an easy one to reason, but we've put resources dedicated to it, and then we got the QA teams to basically derive the priorities within the squad. So instead of saying, hey, production management is going to drive the priorities, we got the QA leads to do that. And so now these guys were completely driven by player impact. And so when they look at issues, they're like, is this impacting players or is it a fringe issue, right? And they decided on the priority. And it turned out that that priority accuracy was a lot better. And we
Alright.
asked those teams to be relentless into what they want to reach. And so classify the issues in order. And then the moment we get a green light from these guys, it's a celebration.
I don't
because
know
they
what's
are
going
hardcore.
on. I
I've seen
literally
a lot more
muted the
Nathaniel
damn
Fisher this
thing.
year than I ever said.
Yeah, the Nathaniel Fisher seal of approval
Hold
is
on,
a real
properties.
thing. You know?
I want to inject. Brunks76 says Benoit is wrong. Regression is when old issues resurface.
You know, yes, that's also a definition that works. But you know, we use the same word for both at CIG.
Okay,
but
I'm gonna just
you're
yeah,
kinda correct.
okay.
The proper definition is that's an old issue that comes back. But in this case, the thing is the issues are so close by, and typically it is resurfacing an original issue. That's actually
You
one of the
guys can
issues
do
with
what
those
you
big
want.
systems is
You're
that
not bothering
bug reports
me,
are so
really.
similar, but are sometimes completely different circumstances. But
Yeah, two things, three things, four things that all cause the same.
This is a different
Same
software
symptom.
than I'm
Yeah, exactly.
normally used
so
to.
hero push squads.
So
We got that,
unfortunately,
the
it
embedded
may
green light is what you just got done talking
it
about.
may
you know,
have
letting-
some bugs I'm
letting
not aware
QA
of
sort
at the
manage
moment.
their priorities and green light
Well,
things.
no, that one's a bit of a separate one actually.
Alright.
So the hero squads is really about getting our QA team to drop
Yeah,
the
I
priority on a
remember for
specific subject
years
and
I
drive
was
down, right?
using the other one,
One of the change in methodology for the devs on those teams
and
is
for
like
some
a bit
reason
of a
it just
change in
deleted
approach.
my account.
We
And
in code review for these in these
I don't
heroes
know
code,
what
we no
happened
longer
to
just
it.
accept
It's
the
just
fix
weird.
based on code change. We ask the developer to explain what the problem is. Can you reason at why this is happening? Second, propose a change, right? And then the leads can validate this change before we start even writing any code for it. And then we verify the change with QA. And then that's when we actually allow the change to come into the stream at all, right? So we do a lot more work before the work is actually started, a lot more work before validation before it actually gets submitted. And so on those teams, like developers working on those hero push squads have a much more methodology to apply to solve that, because basically in the past the regression rate was too high.
Right.
And so the big advantage of that setup is that those teams are faster to react because they're dedicated on one subject. And so if there is a regression, because they still happen, they're faster to pick it up. But then the fixes are slower to put in. But you know that
yeah,
still
let's
has
figure
been
it out.
very
I might have
effective.
Hat
So,
help
Transit
me with a
is one of
programming
our hero push
session.
squads.
That way, my
which
moderator.
to me has been kind of successful since the beginning of the year. Like I think the transit system.
See
we're
if
gonna
I
talk
can
a bit
get
more
him
about
in
it later.
here.
You know, it's in a much better shape.
He's my
The embedded
part-time
green light is what you
moderator.
just talked about, which is
He
that
just
was
does
a
it for
major
fun,
organizational
but
change.
He's
And
been
so,
really
In
helpful
the past, the way
getting
that
my
game
stuff
devs
set up
CIG
for me.
on Star Citizen would work is that they would submit
Let me
and
see if
test
I can
later.
reach out to him.
No, that sounds crazy, but it is what it is. It was what it was. And so at the beginning of the year, we completely changed this. And so we added this embedded green light process. So what is an embedded? So embeddeds are QA testers that are embedded in a dev team. So it's not, everybody has a view of like there's a floor of QA people, and then they receive a build and they test the build and stuff like that, right? But there's another class of testers that are embedded in teams, and they become specialists in what that team is doing, right? So, if you have an embedded tester in the FPS weapon team, those people know all about FPS weapons, how to test them, what change affect what, and so they can judge what they have to test. So the embedded green light is we gave that team the power
Yeah,
to
I
red light
know.
any change
That
before
one
it's
day,
submitted.
who was it,
And so
Luna?
that's a
Was it
big
Paul
culture
or
shift
was it
because it used to be
Tomato
hot and fast, get
that
it
had
in,
that
and we'll
really
test and fix
awful
later, right?
session?
If there's issues,
But
and we
chat
trust
was
them.
so
Two, we
chill
don't trust
about
devs.
it. They were
We need to
even
verify.
sending him
We
money
need to check
to
it,
encourage
right?
him.
And the whole
Do
point
you
of this
remember
was
who
to
it was?
hit on
Paul, Luna or
regression
Darkseid? I
side
can't
effects,
remember
right?
who
Because
it
our
was.
rate
It was one of the two.
regression and side effects was
It was either
extremely
Paul
high, right?
or Tomato,
just-
and they were throwing up their
Speaking of the-
hands
the
like
comments,
this,
somebody
like
can screenshot
I
Benoit
give
and
up.
say, Benoit
But
Bastille,
chat was
2025,
super
we don't
encouraging,
trust devs.
and they
Go ahead.
kept telling
Right
him,
there.
"You got
Right there.
this. You'll
there.
figure it out." And
No, I mean,
eventually, lo and behold,
we've had embedded QA for years.
they
This was
figured
about
it out.
empowering them,
Correct.
in order to be a
Right?
bulwark against letting the stuff through.
They
another new
figured
term
it
I
out.
heard this year, and hygiene initiatives. Now,
Yeah.
when I heard this was coming up, I thought it was something else. You know, anybody that's worked in a game studio knows that, you know, every once in a while there's that desk you walk by and you're like, I thought I
can't
knew what this
remember who it
about. It wasn't
was.
what I thought it was about.
Right.
What are hygiene initiatives?
So this is not about BO.
I wanna
That's
say it
what
was
you're referring
Paul.
to. But hygiene is a collection of initiatives related to cleaning up errors, logs, and in general, just reports we get from the game engine that can signify errors or not. So if anybody's ever opened a console in Star Citizen, you probably went, whoa, what the hell's going on, right? Because there's tons of messages going through all kinds of stuff. Well, that's what hygiene is meant to clean up in a way, right? Now, these things will take us a long time to clean up algorithmically, but we do have the same problem of signal to noise ratio in other areas. So like when environment artists are working in the editor, they get level warnings, right? Well, there's a ton of those warnings that are either irrelevant, asserts, warnings, right, and errors. And so the issue is,
Do I have an echo
level
again?
artist is going to get some warning. He's like, can I do anything about this, right? Oh, there's 50.
That must have been, yeah, it must have been
I
Paul.
don't have to worry about this, right? The reality is one of those is actually an
It
issue,
must have been Paul.
right? And so the hygiene initiatives is like a collection of things that we need to change in how we build the game to clean up these things so that the errors are meaningful. We have the same thing on the data core side. So for those who don't know the game data, so all the records we use to configure, the components or all the game data, right, is stored in a database called data core, and there's a ton of errors in data core that are reported, schema violation, things like that. That they're not fatal errors, but they're still there, and we allow them to be there, and that's historical in the past. And so the hygiene initiative is a means for us to reach zero errors in those areas so that we can then prevent them from even being submitted in the first place. So hygiene is basically pre-submit verification on things and concerted efforts to solve these things so that we can be in a clean house. It's like we want to clean the house, right, so that we can do better.
Somebody in the chat was saying, I missed it, the name. It said errors that should be warnings, warnings that should be infos.
Yeah.
Pretty common.
Bad classifications of things. So we even have now systems put in place in the assert dialogues and that pop up so that you can report a bad error.
You report a bad error?
Literally, now we get reports for bad errors so that devs can go in and fix the wording or change the severity or things like this.
And
right?
there was something we did so that certain teams, if the pop-up was directly related to them, they couldn't just dismiss it and continue with their work.
Yeah, so that's exactly right. So I feel like an AI when I say that now. You're absolutely right. But we changed the way the assert dialogues work. So asserts, for those who don't know, is like when I'm a programmer and I'm asserting in an area of the code that this value must be set to 1. That means that if the value comes in and it's not 1, then we'll have an error, right? That will show up. That's the assert error. And typically, you need to action asserts, right? And so, or something else is going to go wrong. And so,
Right, that's all right,
the
Dark
assert
Side.
error
I
is
was
just
just
a global
curious.
thing. And then we
I
still
just
have
seem to
those get
remember
assigned to dev teams. So they are classified by code owners and by dev team. And so you can
One
know
of
if
the
like
two
it's an audio assert or if it's a
having recent
programming assert
issues,
or
so
whatever, which is great. But
You
we
know.
allowed people to ignore those either completely or just skip them, right? And on the other hand, when you're actually testing the game or playing the game, you get these asserts, so you want to ignore them because you're doing something else. You're
The
not
what
in
word?
assert fixing mode. And so what we've changed the relationship towards the assert inside the company so that now you can ignore errors for any other team but yours. So if you get an assert error, you need to fix it. That's it, right? There's just no, because the thing that we were seeing in the company was like basically teams going like, oh, when are these, I'm going to pick on audio, but sorry, Graham and team, I'm not picking on you guys, it's just random. But like, when are the audio guys going to fix their asserts, right? Whereas, the reality is like we all have our own asserts to fix. And so we changed that relationship as well.
Yeah, it's again over years and years you get this mentality. So it's like I just need to do my work, and the game is telling me there's an error, there's an assert for some unrelated thing. Like what I'm working on doesn't have anything to do with that. Doesn't have anything to do with that. So you smash it. You smash it. It's just like selecting all cookies because GDRP made the rule that now everybody's got to announce their cookies on your website. now I just accept all of them. All you've done is you've made me hit a button. We get in this habit of hitting button and people, and this is one of those things like.
Hey, Luna, by the way,
here, guys, you know, talk about, where's
while
all the
this is
development?
running in the background,
saying that, you know,
I
too many
got
people
my
got in the habit of
Corvette
clicking buttons
mostly
when I-
together, and I also
We even
upgraded
found
its
some-
class.
I'm not going to blame anybody.
It's
but
up from a C
got
to a B
analytics
class
inside the
now.
company, so we know who's
It's got
putting
better
the
shields,
sorts off, right?
better
So we found some
maneuverability,
shit.
durability, and attack
Paul Rendell, I miss you.
strength. So it's a stronger
That's
ship.
certainly not fair.
Paul's a good guy.
No, he's
Paul's
a good guy.
He's the
Also
one
got
putting
some
the shit up.
nice
I didn't know he was
amenities
here
on
either. I read him
board,
today.
but I'm
He
still
didn't have him.
working on the
I was
final
on hugging terms with Paul
loadout
Rendell,
on
so-
it. You know, it's still very much a
right,
work
so-
in progress.
We've talked hero push squads. We've talked.
It's kinda
embedded
ugly,
green light.
though.
We've talked these hygiene
But,
initiatives that all help
It,
the way.
you know, it
in
works.
which
It's
we
functional,
make the game, we make the patch
semi-functional.
and make our content stuff. We also started an initiative. I want to keep this under organizational stuff, but tell me if I'm wrong. The
Figured I'd
stability
give you
score.
an update since you were
Thanks.
there
Talk to me
at
about
the
our internal
start of
stability
it.
scores and how we've determining them and how we're using.
Yeah. So stability score is. I don't think we've ever discussed this publicly.
No, I don't think so.
So we have this measure, which is an indication that we use, you know, and the team that actually comes up with this would already tell you it's alchemy, right? Like it's not an exact science, but it does give us a pretty good idea. So we try to establish a stability score for every build, right? We actually auto-calculate it based on the data that we get.
Not patch, every build.
Every build, yeah, every build. So like we send a build to PTU, you know, or QA or staging environments or whatever, and we always have a stability score that's calculated over time. And so what the stability score is, without going, I don't want to go into the alchemy of it, but we're trying to figure out basically the stability of the environment. And so if you're connected to a game server and you get disconnected, we're going to count that, right? Now the reason for your disconnection will be used as part of that. How long the build has been running is also part of that equation, and the concurrency of it is also part of it. And so with this Blackmagic numbers, right, we basically get a score out of it. And the score is one thing. Now we've put labels on this. So we used to use the score internally as just a number, like, oh, it's a 0.0, and it's a 0.08.
Oh,
build,
I
you know,
saw
and then
that,
at some
Luna.
point,
I
got a bit fed
saw
up with
that
'cause I'm like, what does that mean?
Constitution class.
And so
That
the
was
values for this
epic.
are optimal, excellent, stable, unstable, volatile.
How they did
crippled,
that, I'll
or
never
critically
know, but
unstable.
it was
So that's the range, right? So we go
chef's
from
kiss.
optimal,
Beautiful.
which is great, stability score, to critically unstable, right? And all of the thing in between, right? And this is based on, you know, all the stats that we get, and we kind of auto-calculate it. Now, we still have Jeffrey Pease, our internal alchemist, always, you know, playing around with these numbers or adjusting the score, telling us how bad we're doing it. But it is actually pretty accurate in terms of like what the perceived stability will be from a player's perspective. And so if I compare, what was September 11 last year? Was it like 323 or maybe 4 at that point, right? 323 or 4, I forget which one. I would say like the stability score for 323X was probably in the kind of unstable range, right?
Okay.
That would be a normal range for the 3.2X, you know, this kind of thing, right? So the stability score, server score for 4.30, for example, is between optimal and excellent. And so that means the rate of server crashes and disconnections overall is really good. Now, this score is not just server crashes, right? It's also client crashes or client disconnection, right? So if everybody gets disconnected because one of our cloud routers dies, then the stability score of the build will be terrible, even though the servers are up and they're running real fine, right? So it kind of encompasses everything. We're trying to get one number for all of it.
What was the stability score for a 318?
That was critically unstable. Yeah, I mean, it's funny because actually the server, if you just took the server score for 318, it wasn't that bad, but it's everything before it. That's why it was so critical in the 318 areas. It's because it was really a massive backend, you know, problem at the time. So yeah, let's not talk about that. We're past that now. But
The two things we don't talk about: that damn holiday live stream. And
That
Alpha
holiday
318.
live stream
At
will
least
live
Alpha
forever,
318
Jared.
had to happen. At least that had to happen.
You cannot
in order
escape
to get
the
everything
curse
that came
of the
after it. There
holiday
was
live
nothing
stream.
about the holiday live stream that needed to happen. So,
you don't want the makeup. Let's go back with the makeup. Okay. So yeah, so
Jared,
that's the
you
stability score,
cannot
right? So
escape
that's
it.
an interesting measure.
It
and,
is
I mean,
your
That proves that
destiny.
we've kind of really improved the crash rate on game servers. So the server errors that you get now. We need to do more on the stability score because with static server meshing, even the stability score is sometimes skewed. We have run into area local crashes that would crash loop a server, right, nonstop. And so that really contributes badly to the overall score of the build, but that's because it's one area. So, we're discussing how we can do more territory-based scoring as well, so that we can get a better idea. So basically, what I'm saying is we can't get an actual just single number for all of the stability stuff. There's always some factors that, we've had AMD drivers or NVIDIA drivers issues that affected stability scores in some builds, and so.
So how do we use that to determine whether a build goes live? Like, is there this? It's. I see these. I see an aspect. Let's just pull the curtain way
Yeah,
back. Why not?
Yeah.
I see the question. Is it worse than what's on live now? I see this question come up a lot in internal conversations. When, let's just be real. If we tried to wait for everything to always be optimal, we release very few things.
Correct.
That's just.
That's the nature of shipping a game that's in
Yeah,
development.
I'm not going to sit here try to hide or pretend otherwise. But so we know that not everything is going to be optimal. But where do we draw that line? How do we draw that line? And is it more than just, is it worse than what's currently on live?
No, we always try to shoot for better than live, right? When we can. But there's a lot of things that we look at to be able to ship a patch, right? Now, obviously, for this year, it was a very big change for the development teams because moving to a 4-week cycle means that we are always shipping. Like, how we have a ship date, right, that we give ourselves and a schedule, and then we've got our gate reviews, and everything is like chained up to get there. Well, the closer you get to this date, right? When you get from the player's perspective, when you guys see like daily PTUs go, and it's always update. That's because we're getting close to the release, right? And so we're trying to get to the date, and we're trying to validate all the things we need to validate as fast as possible. The
I'll
focus
believe it when I
is
see it,
really on
Benoit.
shipping. So even minor issues become top priority, right? And so it's been really difficult for the teams this year to keep up with this because we finished a patch like, yay, okay, we're late for the gate review. Like literally, it's going like this. And obviously we balance this across multiple teams, but there are teams that unfortunately are, they're on everything, and so they're always on it.
Yeah, I think it gets lost sometimes. Of the many things we changed this year, we've shipped 8 or 9 patches this year.
Yeah.
It depends on whether you count what happened in April as a patch or not. But we've shipped at least 8 patches this year, and in years past, from the 3.0 era on, it was 4 a year. If we were like some 1 or 2 years, we only hit 3 and whatever. And now we've done 8 this year. The velocity change has been tremendous. Tremendous. And it's helped, if I may, it's helped expose aspects of this. And when I say this, I mean making all of this. It's helped expose aspects of this that we're pretty good at, and it's helped expose aspects of this that we still struggle with and still need to improve. And just what you were saying just really hit home with that. We're in the process now of discussing adjusting the patch cadence for 2026. It's way too early to give any details on that. Nothing's decided.
What did he say? Hold on.
But yes, this has been a pretty
I want
relentless
to hear what he just said
pace,
about
and there's a patch coming out in
2026.
September.
Hold on.
There'll be a patch coming out in October. There'll be a patch coming out in November, and then there'll be optimal. We release very few things.
Correct.
That's
the nature of shipping a game that's in development.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here try to hide or pretend otherwise. But so we know that not everything is going to be optimal. But where do we draw that line? How do we draw that line? And is it more than just, is it worse than what's currently on live?
No, we always try to shoot for better than live, right? When we can. But there's a lot of things that we look at to be able to ship a patch, right? Now, obviously, for this year, it was a very big change for the development teams because moving to a 4-week cycle means that we are always shipping. Like, how we have a ship date, right, that we give ourselves and a schedule, and then we've got our gate reviews, and everything is like chained up to get there. Well, the closer you get to this date, right? When you get from the player's perspective, when you guys see like daily PTUs go, and it's always update. That's because we're getting close to the release, right? And so we're trying to get to the date, and we're trying to validate
I'll
all the
believe
things
it
we
when I
need to
see
validate
it.
as fast as
It's been a
possible.
while.
The focus is really on shipping. So even minor issues become top priority, right? And so it's been really difficult for the teams this year to keep up with this because we finished a patch like, yay, okay, we're late for the gate review. Like literally, it's going like this. And obviously we balance this across multiple teams, but there are teams that unfortunately are, they're on everything. And so they're always on it.
Yeah, I think it gets lost sometimes. Of the many things we changed this year, we've shipped 8 or 9 patches this year.
Yeah.
It depends on whether you count what happened in April as a patch or not. But we've shipped at least 8 patches this year, and in years past, from the 3.0 era on, it was 4 a year. If we were like some 1 or 2 years, we only hit 3 and whatever. And now we've done 8 this year. The velocity change has been tremendous, tremendous. And it's helped, if I may, it's helped expose aspects of this. And when I say this, I mean making all of this. It's helped expose aspects of this that we're pretty good at, and it's helped expose aspects of this that we still struggle with and still need to improve. And just what you were saying just really hit home with that. We're in the process now of discussing adjusting the patch cadence for 2026. It's way too early to give any details on that. Nothing's decided.
Yeah.
But yes, this has been a pretty...
Sounds to me like they're discussing possibly fewer patches next year, closer to previous year's amounts, which I wonder if that would be a good or bad thing. What do you guys think? If the patch quality goes up, I don't think it's a bad thing. However, if they're terrible patches, I could see less people sticking around. Get what I'm saying, guys? That's all I'm saying. If the patch quality is sucky, would anyone stick around? I don't think they would at this point.
Relentless pace. And there's a patch coming out in September. There'll be a patch coming out in October. There'll be a patch coming out in November. And then there'll be a patch coming out in December. So it's a...
We have 4 more patches? Yes, exactly. So we have 4 more patches coming this year. Go back to what he just said.
A patch coming out in November, and then there'll be a patch coming out in December. Yes, this has been a pretty relentless pace, and there's a patch coming out in September. There'll be a patch coming out in October. There'll be a patch coming out in November, and then there'll be a patch coming out in December. So
4.
It's certainly a year unlike.
So do the
any.
math. I'm assuming we're going to have 4.4, probably 4.6 by the end of the year, Dark Side, which they've said nothing about. And, well, at the very least, 4.4 to 4.5. I don't think we're going to make it to 4.6 this year. Probably 4.5, but we'll have to see. Yeah, and I agree with the meaningful patches.
Now, one of the things we didn't discuss about for this, in order to reach the stabilities, there's also internal stability, right, that comes into play with this.
I'm not
right?
familiar with internal stability. I've never had any myself.
Well, so this one is a bit more subjective because we don't specifically have a score for it. But if I go back to last year, right, uh, the way we would develop the game, and I don't want to go too deep in the discussion about source control and streams and all that stuff because that's just a rabbit hole. But in general, when we work, we have a mainstream where we work in, right? In the past, this was a melting pot of everything. So core technology, editor, toolings, audio teams, content teams, gameplay teams, art, everything, right, in one stream, right? And the fallout from that is that you go a bit faster because you're building things, you're improving the tools as you're improving the gameplay, as you're improving everything. But the reality is, we also had major internal stability issues, which is imagine that you're an environment artist, you show up at work, you make your little coffee, you pull the morning build, you're like, all right, I'm ready to work on my ASD mission today. It's going to be super cool. Editor crash, right? You know, oh yeah. The team's already on it. We're fixing it, but you just lost 2 hours. Right?
Yep.
And so we had major issues with this, right? And so when we started the year last year, when we did the show, just after the show, I think we went and finished this new branching strategy where all of the patches this year have come out of the same stream that we call SC patch. And this patch receives almost no technology update.
Yeah.
It's basically us saying we can do this content with no new engine tech. No editor update, no tooling update, nothing, right? Now, it's not to say we are not touching the engine. We've fixed bugs, we've improved stability, but we bring these things, embedded green light, full verification, tooling check before they go in. And so it's really about moving all these checks beforehand so that we don't destabilize the content teams who are they're under the gun all the time to produce the stuff that they have to, and we don't want to slow them down. And so that's another reason for why the stability is better. It's because we're also not introducing massively breaking changes in the engine that we then need to debug at patch time, right? And so that's been a big helper on stability at the cost of features, right? That was the whole point of the year so far.
And now we're changing some of that with tech preview. I want to hit one more thing before we go into a tech preview and stuff. You know, features are going to begin. Yes, Virginia, it's true. Features are going to begin appearing again. I won't say the word soon, but
You won't say the word soon.
Before I get to tech preview, because that was a really good transition into tech preview, but I want to touch on one more thing. You mentioned the rise in session length.
Yep.
So this is one of those metrics that we've talked a lot about. We're 40 minutes in, and we've mentioned a lot of things that have probably never been said on a single development show before, or podcast, or whatever the heck you want to call this. We don't have to talk about session length. The amount of people who are logging in. You hear about concurrency. Steam has concurrency numbers and stuff, but session length is a super important metric for stability and for enjoyment of the product and stuff like this. Talk to me about session length, how it's determined, other than just hey, that's all.
Again?
Why it's important
That goes
and
back. What
what's
the
happened to
frick?
that over the last 9 months.
Well, so, let's say the session length is calculated by you joining a game server.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Spicy SCO7 says 40 minutes in, said virtually nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped the whole show.
Sure.
Stopped the whole show.
I don't know how.
Continue, Benoit.
I was saying the session length is calculated when you connect a game shard, right? So sitting on the main menu doesn't count, right? It's really when you're actually actively connected to a game server, and obviously it ends when you
Okay.
disconnect. So that sounds like a simple metric, and it kind of is, but it's very important because it gives you an idea of, like, you can have very high concurrency and a very short session length, and that means that's a terrible patch. It means people are going in. Let's talk about the patch we should not talk about. When you would get in game, if you could get in game, and then can't get out of bed, Alt F4, end of session. Super high concurrency, but very low session length. And so the session length is a bit of an indicator of the quality of the game, but also of the desire of the player to keep playing the game. And so the longer the session length, it typically means that the content's being engaged with, players are playing the game, blah blah blah. Now, I'm sure some people go out in deep space and they mine and that's it, and they can mine for hours and they pull the average up. Other players, go PvP for a couple minutes, and then they exit, and then they drive the average down. But overall, the session length is like it's always a metric that we look at as a secondary metric to look at the quality of this. And so the session length has more than doubled since the
I don't need
3.x
a
era
headset.
of the game, easily, right? And obviously, in the case of server recovery, your session continues, and so that helps quite a bit, because before it would cut the session in half. So there's other factors that contribute to it, but that's why it's an important one.
I literally have the volume
So-
muted on all my.
Now I want to talk about Tech Preview. So we
That's
used Tech
muted.
Preview when we launched 4.0. Technically, 4.0
That's
didn't
muted.
launch until end of January this year. That's when it went to
That's
live. It was on Tech
muted.
Preview at the end of last year. And we made these statements that we were going to use Tech Preview in order to bring these new things in and maintain the stability of live. It took 8 months. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think we
looking.
did a Tech Preview between January and
Okay,
late
that's
August, early
really
September.
weird.
And now we're using them for the Vulkan stuff and the graphic stuff. Talk to me about Tech Preview, why we're doing it, how it's working, and let's just start there. I'll follow up when you're done.
So, I mean, let's start with we didn't have tech previews in, let's say, April of last year, right? We started this idea of having tech previews last year, right? So it's a new kind of tool that we have. And obviously, we use tech previews in the server meshing lead up, right? To validate key assumptions, to actually isolate the testing. If you remember when we did the major technical previews on the 3x branch for server meshing, it was taking the actual previous build with server meshing technology. So uninfluenced by new code, uninfluenced by the current patch, something we know is kind of in a stable range that we can use to test the technology alone, right? It's also a way to de-risk, just again bringing that in the stream and then going Cortez maneuver. Now we're stuck with it. We're moving forward, but and so the tech preview has been invaluable for that, and especially for the server meshing project, that's been a super important tool, because we just don't have always the ability to replicate what players are going to do, and to be honest, even with bots and virtual players and whatever, it's never the same than 4,000 players filling ships with hot dogs.
And right now we're using it for graphic stuff. How's that going?
Yeah, so this tech preview that we're bringing in is more than that, actually, like behind the scenes, right? This is literally, I told you about SC Patch, so all the patches this year have been coming from SC Patch. The tech preview contains all changes that we've brought to our mainstream. This is where the engine development happens. This is also where we bring back some technology from Squadron 42 back into Star Citizen. And we are moving all of this together up to SC Patch. So this will now become, when we're happy with all the testing that we got through on this, and it checks all the green lights, this will become the new baseline from which we build patches. And so right now, this includes, about 8 to 9 months of graphics changes, right, which have not seen the public yet. And so a lot of Vulkan changes, obviously, to the great pleasure of our great Ali Brown, who really wants us to finalize this merge so that we can bring this into players. And there's some great stuff in there. So a lot of Vulkan optimization.
Oh
Vulkan
yeah, I
changes,
had
but
to
also,
correct a couple people today.
in a way for us to test all of these changes that we've been doing to the core engine rendering outside of the lab, because we have a
There
graphics
are
lab
so
internally
many
that we test on.
people whining
but it
about
never,
that
again,
article.
there's never
that,
anything like
IGN
shipping
or
it to players and
whoever
having all the different
posted.
kinds of hardwares
don't
and
know who it
configs and
was.
settings and driver versions that we need. And so
But
the
yeah, a lot
majority of the
people
stuff in
are
this tech preview is
not
player
happy
facing,
with
but there's
them.
a ton of back end tooling that comes with that. A major update to the editor
What is
with some new
on?
material addition systems and light group systems that are in dire need of coming in, and a major upgrades to our scripting system that power missions. which the mission
Okay,
teams
I
are.
did something.
Elliot and his team are like, when is it gonna be
Dying
done?
for that. Yeah, no.
Yes.
That's. I'm glad you brought that up because I had actually forgotten that. That underneath that, it looks like it's just for the graphics, everything. But yes, no. The mission, we call it Mission 2.0. We call it a couple different things internally, but they are chomping at the. You already said that. I'm reusing the same.
Can't
Sorry,
remember
I
what it
saw
was
a comment from Salty
exactly.
Mike that said, "Talk about session girth," and I laughed and wasn't
Oh,
listening to anything
them,
you were saying for like
them,
30 seconds.
Okay.
That's cool.
basically
It was a good
lambasting
joke.
Star Citizen
It's a
as
good joke.
usual.
It was a good joke.
Now, to be
Literally
clear,
had
on the
to
mission
a
tooling
bunch.
there,
Me
right,
and a
this is
couple of other
part of Mission
creators
2.0.
weren't
It's the,
too
a
happy about
prerequisite,
it.
but it's not the Mission
Tomato
2.0 system. That's
included.
a much
I asked
larger
Tomato, where do
endeavor
they
that we're
get
still on.
this
But
information?
this time it's tooling, right? So if some players are tech
You
savvy
know,
here,
it's like,
it's
really,
basically
guys?
a visual scripting system that we're upgrading massively, which was, I think we've demoed this years ago at this point, but it's called the Subsumption at the time, and it's now called StarScript. And so
Come
the
on.
StarScript system is basically taking the tooling that the teams are using now and making it much more
There we
reliable,
go.
robust with
Okay.
syntax
That-
checking, error checking,
that did it.
validation, auto layout, stuff like that the teams really need to build more quality missions.
I'm
Sorry, I
let
was
me go
having
straight.
difficulty with my stream.
You took a new feature set and
Again.
you took the base word for it and then added star in front of it and called it that.
No, we renamed Subsumption, which was the original name, and then we put star in front of it. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Hey, we have a theme, all right? We're going with it. I'm rolling with it.
We
As
have
long
a
as-
theme.
As long
Trust
as you're
me,
willing
bro.
to get called out by me every time you do it.
That's fine.
All right.
That's fine.
This tech preview is obviously important.
Yes.
It'll be in tech preview for as long as it needs to be. in
I
order
missed which tech preview they're
to shore up
talking
and then
about.
be integrated
Are
and
they
become the
talking
new
about the
base from which we
engineering one?
create our patches from. What is the next tech preview? Go ahead, say.
Does that
Well,
mean-
so what's behind this, right? This enables us to bring in. I'm gonna go back to streaming just to build the excitement. No, I'm joking. So off of our main technology stream is another feature that's been built there that needs all of this to work, and that's the engineering gameplay tech preview. That's right behind it. So the moment we can bring in the base tech preview changes, then we'll be able to do to run the next testing on engineering gameplay straight off of that patch. So that's gonna be super interesting.
Yeah, so I want to be real clear with that. This is the next set of tech previews. This isn't. I want to go ahead and say, and I'm going to go ahead and say it so that if people can get angry at me and not you. Right now, we're using tech preview to test Vulkan and these and all these
Engine
graphical
changes.
stuff and all these mission changes and everything underneath and stuff like this. When this is done and get fully integrated, go to live and whatnot, the next thing is engineering. We desperately. I'm going to use the
Yes.
word desperately. We desperately want this tech preview with engineering out before the end of the year. Now, this is the middle of
Nice.
September. It's still October,
But
November,
we'll
December.
see.
That's still a lot of time. It's
Understand, chat. He said desperately out before the end of the year. Will they make it? Methinks there'll be some delays, but we'll see. I could be surprised.
not any time when anybody would say soon. And that's no guarantee that we're
We'll
even going
just
to hit.
have to wait and
It's-
see.
We've all been here. Somebody was joking, hey, drink it next time Jared says how long he's been here. Well, we've all been here. Lots of us. I've recognized some of these names for the whole time I've been here. We've all been here long enough to know that me saying it's our intention to get this before the end of the year is not the same as saying it will come before the end of the year. Just being honest with you here. But it is everybody's desperate intention to get this thing into tech preview at the end of the year. We want it. We need it. We're tired. We did 5-6 stories in engineering. I did like 2 or 3 citizen cons with engineering. It's time. 300, kick that mother out under tech preview, please. So we're trying. But I just want to make sure that everybody's super clear on what that means.
Hey, but well, on this, I got a little segue for you.
You all right?
So there's one thing that kind of proves the improvements, right, on the live service is that there's a lot less players on PTU, and there's a lot less players on tech previews than before, which is a good thing, right? That means players want to play the real game, and I'm really happy about that. But it does mean if you want to help, join those tech previews, right? The more people we get, even if it's for a short period of time, it's really helpful because we get more larger set of people that can try it out, and that gives us more data.
Yeah, I want to talk about something. I got to show you sparked something that's actually a bugaboo for me, and
Okay.
I got a platform and I'm going to use it. So we did this change. We did this change this year. We went to what will be 10 or 11 patches throughout the entire year. This almost monthly cadence of live stuff. So you've got the live stuff, a new live thing going every month. People are like, put something new in the game. We've had a thing new every month. We've had a PTU every month that runs alongside it. Now we've got tech preview. This pace that we're at this year has forced us to split our audience and stuff like this. It's like, well, do you want to be playing the live game, or would you rather be playing the PTU version, or now with tech preview, would you rather be playing tech preview? And the reality is, we need everybody everywhere. The live version is the version of the game that we're making. That's the version we want. We want everybody to experience it. But we also need them for testing, so we want them to be in PTU. We also need them for the specialized testing, so we want them to be in tech preview. And it seems, and this is one of the reasons why I talked earlier that we're reevaluating the 2026 release schedule for this reason. We've created a situation where we want our players in too many places
Jack X
at once.
hadn't
If
heard
I'm
that
allowed
name
to
in a
speak
while.
honestly, and I'll find out
He's
when I check
fun.
my team's messages afterwards. Well, it's a thing that needs addressing. So and it's hard. It's hard. I don't know. Short of altering the schedule, which we're talking about, what more can we do to encourage people to participate in PTU and tech preview, other than us sitting here on the show? And
I thought I
begging them.
muted that.
is there something?
Yeah, we've got some ideas. To be honest, like we're
That
toying with a
is
few ideas,
muted.
like
Okay.
incentivization
I think this
programs or things
app
like
is
that. But this is
haunted.
slippery slope. It's a very slippery slope. And for me, I kind of like the kind of volunteer approach for this.
Yeah.
But you're right. Like we do have an issue where, we're testing this and we have the next patch is already cooking, and so it's like it's always rolling. I mean, at the same
Yeah.
time, it's a testament to our ops team
Yeah.
that I want to salute one more time, because these guys are always on the clock. There's always a build going out, and so these guys are kicking ass. But
Yeah, it's hard because we certainly don't want everybody playing nothing but PTU. Second a patch goes out there, the next week there's another PTU. So it's like, only play the worst, most broken version of Star Citizen. But we need
The
your help
tick
testing
from
it. But
the cartoon.
it's this
Oh my
weird
lord.
catch-22
That brings up so many
I don't
visions.
know that we have a real great answer for, other than adjusting the schedule, which we're looking at next
It's
year.
too funny.
And then it gets exasperated when we do timed events like Race for Stanton or whatnot, when it's like, okay, well, if you want these rewards that are only available during this period of time, then you have to be in live in order to get them. But then it's like, well, we got a PTU over here. Wouldn't you like to be in a PTU over here? It's like, well, no, I want to get the rewards that are over there. And we extended Race for Stanton, and that helped with that a little bit. But it's just there is no obvious answer to this. I'm pontificating on one of the interesting challenges of our development model that exists, that I don't think anybody really ever talks about publicly. And today we decided we were going to talk about a whole bunch of stuff. So
we're doing it live.
we're doing it live. It's one of those things we still need to figure out and address. BioNukes had a question. Hey, BioNukes, talk about one of those people that's been here as long as I have. It was a while back. I saved it, Bio. Why not have a set time for the servers in the back end to just reset every day? Why not just flip the switch every day, turn it off and turn it on again every day?
Well,
and
so
get everything fresh?
wait, that's one thing I forgot to put on the list of things we've changed this year, right? Which is that we take maintenance windows. We used to never do that.
Yeah,
why not do
that's
this
a
every
big
day, right?
difference.
The issue that you get is that it's not just resetting the server. So, rebooting the servers, reloading the game shard from persistence and continuing, you're going to get right back in the same situation. So let's imagine, we're going to talk about cleanup and density a bit later, but let's go back to the 3.x days where we persist all the data in the shard and we have deep intersections. So a ship entered another ship, it's an intersection, is costing on the server. The server FPS is now shit. super low physics threads, using all the resources. And then you're like, okay, cool, let's do a daily reset, right? It's gonna fix that, right? So you go through it, you reboot it, cool. Now server reloads from persistence, and those ships are still intersecting, and so you're right back where you were. So if you would look at the graphs and you'd see FPS super low, 0 during the reset, 30, 5, instantly. And so what we've done in the past for this is now we have way more systems to deal with like this to reclaim performance, right, for these cases. So first of all, we detect them, but also we do emit fresh shards periodically. So we kind of decide when it happens. But when we do massive maintenances, weekly maintenances, we don't take every week, but we do it when we have to make configuration changes or things like that. We'll take a downtime, and we're probably going to emit new shards or run the repair on some of those shards, and then that will help. So we kind of do that. We just don't do it systematically, because the reality is that's not completely how it works. For the backend persistence side of this, and it's not something that we can solve easily because the conditions are too great. You need the shard to be live to solve these things, to be able to do it.
What about a traditional, like, every Tuesday scheduled maintenance period, like every Tuesday at 4 a.m. Eastern time, whatever?
Yeah.
Things go down for 2 hours and come back.
We're going towards that now, like where we basically right now you can almost consider that every Tuesday, we try to do a maintenance. Typically early in the morning UK time is a good time in general, just because of that's where the least players are playing typically. But that said, we don't take it every week because we don't always have to do it, and so sometimes it's not very necessary. But I'm an advocate to always take it, so that sometimes we use it to accelerate hotfixes. So in case you haven't noticed, we do hotfixes all the time, right? So we have this new deployment systems now, and we're able to roll hotfixes way faster. But when we roll a game server hotfix, it's going to take time to, what's the word that Ahmed uses? Percolate.
Percolate.
It's going to take a while before it percolates, right?
Percolate.
I haven't heard that.
And so
name
sometimes you
word
can have a
in
game
a
shard
while.
that has 10 servers. 2 of them have the hotfix, the others don't have it. So depending on where you're at in the shard, you have the fix or not. And it takes a while before all the game servers actually run into it. Now, obviously, if it's an unstable build, it's going to be much faster, because then server crash, back new instance with the new build. But these maintenance windows give us the opportunity to also synchronize that with a client hotfix when it's necessary, and so we can take everything down, patch the client, patch to all the game servers in one go, emit fresh shards if we have to, and then start again. And so that's why typically there's big changes that can come about in maintenances, and we want to use them more. Yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, we've completed our first hour, and
that was part one. Organizational changes.
That was part one. Organizational changes. Let's take an interlude here. I'll ask you just a side question
That was
here.
part uno.
Let you get a drink or whatnot. With our last patch, what was the last patch? The August patch. 4.3. There was a big curiosity with the wolf on PTU. Right before we crossed the finish line to release that, we discovered something that didn't show up in any testing and whatnot. Walk me through what happened with the wolf.
This is a
The
beautiful
wolf
one. That was
glitch.
fun.
I love it.
So yeah, like you mentioned, we're walking up to 4.3. We're at the point where
Yeah, it really
pretty
is
much
a
everything has
long
been
SEO.
validated and tested. And there's
It
something
really
with the wolf
is.
that we're gonna try to do more in the future, is that we try to respect what we call the art of surprise. Is that typically beforehand we used to put everything in a patch, go. Now for certain things we want to try to respect some level of surprise. We find that it's cooler for you guys when you discover things when it goes live, and not necessarily on PTU 2 weeks before, right? And so we're
Or
trying
in
to
shows every week.
or it shows every week, exactly, right? So and so the wolf is part of that. And so the wolf was going on PTU for validation because it was part of 4.3 release at the very last minute, right? So like I think 24 hours before, just to make sure everything's fine. Well, it turns out everything was not fine, and so we look at the reports. There was one crash that we had to solve, which was solved rapidly. But then we looked at some very curious reports. And so players would basically report it. I forget the IC exactly, but something like, I landed with my wolf, exited the ship, and then was walking around. Then my friend took my wolf and flew away, and then the world despawned around me.
Wow.
So initially, it sounds like a fluke report, but then a bunch of people reproduced it, and it was like, I have this, I have this, I have this, and so like, what is going on? And so typically, then that's where our player relations team goes like, something's fishy going on here. So we started to look into it, and so we assembled a quick crew to check this out. And now this is kind of skeleton crew because we're moving to release. To typically it's very late here in the I'm in the UK right now, so it's very late here in the UK. US teams, it's night for them, So just get this crew on together, start looking at this issue. And so basically, the issue that we're seeing is that sometimes, when a bug starts with sometimes, it's going to be a fun one. So sometimes when you exit the wolf, you desync between the client and the server. And what actually happened is, if you looked at so we have this tool we call the server renderer, which allows us to basically view what the server sees, right? And so think of it like a side camera that we have when we have access to the game server, and then our game client, and you can see what the server sees. And so you'd see my character get out of the wolf, with that super nice animation. Exit, and he jumps at the end.
Yeah.
Jumps off the ship. Wow, it's like super cool. And then I'm walking around on my client, everything's fine. Game server, I'm literally in EVA animation floating over the planet. And
That's
the thing is,
funny.
I can't exit this condition, right? No matter what I'll do on my client now, the server will always see me attached to the ship in EVA anim. So we're like, okay, what's going on, right? Now we start looking at this. So at this point, John Crew and I are, losing our minds trying to get a proper reproduction. But then we realized, we put new animations for this ship. So the Wolf was one of the new ships that have enter-exit animations, right, that are brand new, like just captured, import in the game, all that stuff. We don't do this all the time. And putting animations in the game is not just, put the anim in. It's like, it's timing, there's events to link them, there's linking them to the actor system, how they get triggered, inserting them into ship pipelines, stuff like that. And so we start debugging this. First step was, they probably forgot to put some of the seat events on it. So we do a first patch, we try it out. Now the QA guys come back like, no, it still happens. So like, okay, I think if the timing is wrong on these events, so let's change that.
This stream is going to
And
drag on.
I think we went through like
for another
7 or 8
2
iterations
hours.
of fixes to try to
Jeez.
figure out what was actually
Wow.
happening about
I
that
should have
exact
started this
animation
at
and why the
5.
ship system was disconnecting
Wow.
it. We went into full debugging on the actor, so the actor is your character, and all the states it can go through. And we could just see the two differ, right? But it made no sense. Why is one working and the other working? So at this point, we're kind of running out of ideas, and so that's when I used a button. I called the Bug Smasher himself, Mark Abent, on the show. And so Mark came in and was as flabbergasted as we were about what the hell is causing this. And then so we went into a bit more debugging sessions. At this point, we're deep engine side physics and collisions to try to figure out what's going on. And then in the end, Mark just goes within, in the typical Bug Smasher fashion, just goes into what about gravity? And so we take a look at how the ships have physics grids. These grids have sizes and mesh sizes, and the animations is based on the geometry. And there was no gravity in the ship, 0, 0, 0, right? And so basically it was a combination of the physics grid, the fact that the actor on the server runs at a lesser resolution. So, your client when you're in game is at full resolution. The server doesn't run at full resolution when he's simulating your character. And so combination of this would make the server would actually reach the EVA state. So now you're floating in EVA, right? But with no gravity and no other movement, it will never solve itself. And he's also overlapping over the grid, which is too big. And so that was a bit of a combination of like blunders, from geometry to wrong physics grid to out of no gravity, and it made the bug also not 100%. It wasn't like I exit the ship and it happens. It would need to happen like over. It took
Okay.
about 10 to 15 times. You would get it one time, and so all right. So we fixed the bug. We get this in there. Internal QA validates it, and then to be able to properly validate it, as you know, we need players, and so that's where we mobilized you guys on PTU to come and try this out. And this was one of the best moments I've had testing in this game, where roughly 100 people showed up with wolves at Boondoggle on Hurston.
Boondoggle.
200 people are entering
Is
and
that a
exiting
word?
the wolf, right, to see if they get detached from the animation. It was a fantastic moment,
Boondoggle.
and so yeah, that was a fun one to troubleshoot.
And that was your free audio only episode of Bug Smashers. As a nice little interlude there. I want to shout out Dennis Daniel, who's in chat right now.
What's up, Dennis?
Hi, Dennis. It's your man.
My man.
All right. Part 1, year of playability, our little Bug Smashers interlude. Folks watching, we've got another hour or 2 left, so we're going to be here for a bit.
Yeah,
You're like, why would they talk about that?
torturing
Whatever.
us.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Part 2, server meshing. Server meshing, past, present, future, static, dynamic, 3D. Benoit, I'm just going to go get a Coke and a Cinnabon. I'll be back. No. Talk to me about server meshing, man.
Well, so obviously we launched server meshing end of last year, and we've been running a server mesh environment for now 7 months, 8 months, right? 9 months. We're not month 9 already. And so that's the static server mesh, and so that means we have territories. Just a quick recap for everybody. And so that means that we have a configuration for these territories, and we can pick different top-level object containers from the tree of the universe, and then we basically distribute them on different, resource servers. So at the moment, we run at a 10 game server per shard setup, and so that means that we basically distribute the key areas, on these 10 game servers, and that's how when you transition from one zone to another, it's seamless, but you're moving from one server to the other. So we've been kind of taking the year to get used to being in a server mesh environment, and so that means we've discovered a bunch of gameplay bugs related to this. I think we talked about some of those in January, but that have been solved. But for example, the quantum drive systems, didn't properly handle the transition. Sometimes we'd lose power in transition, and then that would cause the thing to reset, pull you out of quantum, things like that. That's one example, but there's a series of other issues that were related to that. But more importantly, we've been also learning about how to properly distribute the load of the simulation. So now we have this tool, we have this map. It's not the end of it right now. Every patch this year, we've changed the configuration. I don't think we've had a single static configuration since the beginning of the year. Every patch has been different. And so obviously we've tried to make sure that we dedicate resources to where there's an event, right? So if it's a SD location or a Hathor locations or Stormageddon locations, we've kind of reconfigured the mesh at each release to basically guarantee some server power at each places, because we know that people congregate in these areas. We've also learned a couple of things, like because the teams that make content don't necessarily always talk to the team that make the tech, right? And so, so
What the heck
where
is
you put
that?
those locations or how many there are is important, right? And so that we kind of learned that through the Hathor moments where like they were a bit too close and we couldn't distribute them properly because of other limitations, which I'll get into in a bit. And so we've changed that config every time, and so it's been really a good learning experience for the team. We've also solved a bunch of issues in the static mesh related to performance, and so we've talked about this before. But the hybrid, we talked about stability of game servers right earlier, but the hybrid is at the center of this. This is the networking component that you're connected to when you're playing the game. He's doing the replication, he's doing the binding, and all that stuff, right? And for this guy, the stability score is 0. Meaning, if there's one crash, we don't ship the patch, right? That's it, right? That thing needs to run perfectly at all times.
Yeah.
And the kind of quality metrics that we expect from the hybrid are very, very intense. Like the the speed at which they transfer packets or accumulate packets and transfer it, and between areas and elements has to be very, very, very fast at all times, or else you get rubber banding, you get desync, things like that. And so there's been a lot of performance improvements behind the scene, especially I think just before Stormageddon, or is it after? At this point, it's a bit of a blur. But I know that we found a couple of key optimizations that have really helped the hybrid maintain stability across some of the big binds that we were seeing. Again, binding is this process that when your client needs to bind to an area, it means he's receiving updates for an area.
Right.
This whole binding process is a bit costly on the hybrid, especially when there's big areas being bound.
That's what
And
I'm
so,
trying to
optimizations
figure
have gone
out,
into
Dark
that.
Side.
And
I'm
that
trying
has
to
helped desync quite
see
a bit.
if they
we're
do,
still,
because
there's always room there to improve
seems
for
like
improvement,
they're
and the team are still
rehashing a lot of
actively
what they've
working
been
on this.
doing
That's
this
never going to
year.
be the end of it. But
Let me see if I can
it's
find
much
the
improved since the
shorthand
release of 4.0. Like
notes version.
I hope the rubber banding is getting
Hang
a
on.
lot better every patch. Like we're hoping to, always cut some
Let me see if there's
of
a
those big
shorthand
bottlenecks
version.
across as we go.
Okay.
So that's static server mesh. We also learned a couple things on how to distribute those locations. So the cost of a location, right, and the amount of players, is not necessarily the same weight. Funny enough, a lot of players in the same place. Let's say you have an empty room, right, with nothing in it, and I can pack 300 players there. No problem. Server's good, right? No problem.
That's not it.
If I add AI in there, we start getting into issues, right? If I add ships in there, bigger issues. So that if you want the cost of the location and the multiplied, not necessarily multiplied, but factored in by the number of players there is what kind of is the cost of an area, and how we should distribute we should distribute the computing power that we pay for to run the game. And so we've been learning a lot about this in all these experiments we've been doing, and that's informing dynamic server meshing, right? Meaning what the algorithm needs to be in order to properly distribute the load of the simulation to the different components in the game that can do the replication.
This weird equation. This is in all the factors of. All right. Obviously, how many players are there? Sure. What is the resource footprint of the location itself?
Right.
Obviously. How many ships are present? Because it's not all ships are created equal. Our process of making ships have changed over the years. Some ships are more efficient than others. So it's okay. What's the resource footprint of the ships in the area? What's the resource footprint of the location itself? What's the resource footprint of the people in the area? And then where's the next closest area? Like, because with Onyx facilities, we distributed 100 of them and went up. But like you mentioned with Align and Mine.
So where are we? The wolf bug they talked about. Let me see. They're talking about tech preview. We already talked about that. Year of playability, talked about that. System improvements and fixes. Freight elevators, they reworked them after issues where small items like med pins would break them. Fixed streaming order bugs where elevators and terminals would load separately and break. Added self-healing logic to reconnect terminals, doors, and elevators if they desync. Heavily tested and improved during the Resource Drive event thanks to player participation. Transit systems, trams, and elevators is currently being refactored by a group. Now includes self-healing to fix missing carriages or stuck doors. Internal builds show strong progress, especially with the new Babbage trams. Future version called Transport System will be far more resilient for players. We'll see. Density Manager, Cleanup System, yada yada. They're eventually going to remove stacks of water bottles. That will eventually be removed unless interacted with. Which resets their lifetime. Can also clean up abandoned ships and vehicles at outposts. Cleanup aggressiveness can be tuned up per region. Sorry, I'm trying to speed run through this, Dark Side. Apologies. The important stuff. could tie into future Salvage Beacon gameplay, but this requires better player incentives. It sure does. Make it worth the while to the players, and supporting systems like crafting. Spawn Manager oversees mission-related spawning. Previously caused overspawning when systems didn't check if required AI prompts already existed. ATC, currently gathering data. Hangar Manager handles you once inside a server. Do we really need that? They talk about item loss, improvements, miscellaneous, maintenance isn't run daily. And they talk about CitizenCon being shorter this year because Squadron 42 is, they're holding on to the cards. It's going to be mostly about the PU. Okay. So, hold on. Vulkan integration by the end of the year. Okay, we have something from today, though. Dark Side, if you're still there. Will the VoIP system support environmental audio effects and vertical separation to improve realism? Yes, it will. What are the plans for the operational costs of vehicles? They're going to make similar changes to mining, crafting, and trading, all tying through the economy. You know, it's going to be interesting, yeah. Why does the Polaris often open fire upon allied ships? Players in my party, this is a known issue and confirmed bug. No worries. Can bunker missions be adjusted to stop automatically revealing all objective markers, allowing players to search manually? Markers such as ASD locations only appear as players approach the objective. In the future, when FPS scanning is implemented, many markers for items and combatants will be removed entirely. Sheesh. That's crazy. What is the current status of ship modules and modular ship development? Now here's a big one. Work on the Caterpillar and Ironclad will introduce a new form of modularity through the command module. This development extends the underlying functionality needed to support modular content, laying the groundwork for modular systems across multiple ships. Okay. Probably including the Endeavor, I would think, Dark Side, you know? Considering it's also modular. What improvements are planned for the UI? For inventory UI. There's a refactor underway, and the updated interface will include improved item filters that allow users to quickly sort and locate specific gear, and a stack all button, a search filter, and streamline moving objects between containers to feel more initiative. Thank you! Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Like when you're looting Dark Side, a remove all or take all button would be so nice if you have the room in your backpack, right? Right? I mean, we've needed that for years. Take all. Not trying to be rude, but man, we've needed that for a long, long time. Now here's a big one. Are there plans for personalized hangars that expand to include separate rooms for trophies and living spaces, i.e. expanding the landing zone beyond just your apartment? The intention is to introduce modular options that unlock new functionalities within your hangar. For example, spaces could be outfitted with dedicated interchangeable submodules, such as additional freight elevators, empty rooms for you to decorate as you please, and even medical facilities of your own. I'm pretty sure they will tie into the inventory system and other things. That's interesting, Darkside. They're already planning that. Are there improvements that come to ship lighting? Cockpit lighting is an ongoing balance between being bright enough to read instruments and not so bright that it affects visibility in dark environments. Meanwhile, we've started adding player-controlled lighting options in some ships, such as the Golem and Wolf, which will add toggling between default and alternative. What is the... Okay, here's a big one, dude. What is the current plan and status for implementing ships' armor systems? Ships' armor systems will be introduced in stages. Initially, a temp system will launch with engineering, providing protection to ship components. As armor health reaches 0, these components will become more vulnerable. Later, this will be replaced by the Maelstrom system, which will use the ship's hull materials as armor to protect both the ship and its components. Okay, a multi-level approach. I love it. Okay, so they are working on it with engineering. That could be why engineering's taking so long. They realized it would have to be tied to the armor system. Absolutely crazy. That's crazy. Not that I'm mad about that. Just means we're going to have to wait longer. Okay, so any plans for ASOP terminal filters, allowing sorting of ship, pledge, status, role, or size? Yes, there are filters coming, such as the ability to search for a specific ship. Now here's a big one for streamers. What steps are being taken to improve in-chat moderation, filtering, and customized options? We are working to bring in game chat moderation and customization closer to the standards seen in other MMOs. This includes functions like functional mute and report options accessible directly from a player's name in game. That's needed to be a thing for years. I can see it being abused though, but I'm pretty certain some people will do the right thing with it. We'll see. Hopefully. All right. And I believe that's it for the news today. Huh. Well. Let me think. Let me see here. Yeah. I don't know, chat. It's pretty interesting when you think about it. a customizable locker area, or back room where you stay. We've needed so many options for reasons to keep coming to the game. I mean, come on. Those hangars in Star Citizen, the spawn areas where we spawn, either the hospital or our apartment. And I'm like, can we just go somewhere else? Yeah. I mean, Luna, that's needed to be a thing for a long time. It's needed to be for a while. Some of the ne'er-do-wells who can't take a hint, they just need to be, instructed a bit. You get what I'm saying. Not trying to be rude, but man, some people in Star Citizen have huge mouths. The mute buttons have been a need for a long time. And some of the stuff they say is just awful. I try to ignore it. It's why I keep my chat on mute most of the time when I'm streaming. 90% of the time, I keep my chat sealed. Yep. Trying to get someone to join me for a bit.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, man, what's up?
Nothing at the moment.
Man, you sound horrible or terrible.
Tired.
You're tired. Did you hear about them maybe going back to the whole modular hangar thing?
What do you mean?
There was a thing that came out for... I can't remember. I am streaming, sorry. I hope that's okay. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it for a second. Hang on. It was this thing that Benoit was talking about today, right? Let me see. Darn it. Where is it? Pulling my hair out here. SC News. There it is. It was posted on Spectrum. SC Comms Dive number 3, September 16th. On Spectrum from the community team. They mentioned that there's going to be several stuff coming up. that are interesting, like new modules with the Ironclad and Caterpillar. There's going to be more module work coming up. You know, things for other modules. For other ships, I'm sorry. Like, I would even venture the Endeavor down the road. Okay. I'm trying to get back to where I was reading that. And in the same article, they mentioned they're going to allow you to customize your hangar. Like a small home, right?
Mm.
Which I'm okay with. It makes the landing zones more of a community than just a place you land, right?
Right.
Yeah. Here it is. Are there plans for personalized hangars that expand to include separate rooms for trophies, living spaces, or dare I say, meeting rooms for organizations, right?
Mm-hmm.
The intention, here's Bing Wah. The intention is to introduce modular options that unlock new functionalities within the hangar. For example, spaces could be outfitted with dedicated interchangeable submodules, such as additional freight elevators, that's good for the industrious, right? Empty rooms
Hey.
for you to decorate as you please, and even medical facilities. You could run your own clinic.
Mm-hmm.
That would be cool. I mean, med runners, there you go. Even though, yeah. That was, see. I'm gonna pull up the actual article. Here it is. I think I'm gonna stream it in channel. Although you're probably looking at my streams. Let me see.
No, I'm not at the moment.
Yeah, no worries. Share screen, and there we go. There we go. They're also implementing the armor system with engineering.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big one.
Yeah.
That is huge. The freaking armor system with engineering. That may have been why it took so long. What do you think, Luna? Do you think that's why it took so long for engineering? They implemented other systems in with it? I think it is. Also, here's a picture of the new inventory system. There's going to be a select all and take all button. Like when you're looting, it's going to make things so much easier. Oh my lord. They also mentioned people like Jean Gerard are going to soon face repercussions.
I would love to see that.
Says what steps are being taken to improve in-game chat moderation, filtering, and customization options. This is going to make you smile, Hat. We are working to bring in-game chat moderation customization closer to the standards seen in other MMOs. This includes features like functional mute, meaning you would be able to hit a mute button, Hat. You're like, okay, thank you for playing, click, right?
Mm-hmm.
And report option. Thank you. Hackers beware, you're in for a scare. Although I can kind of see GrieferNet abusing the system, unfortunately. Why do I see them doing that?
It probably will, but there'll be repercussions for overusing it and using it for a non-intended purpose, aka just getting banned,
Yeah,
permabanned.
yeah, there would
Ugh.
be. Definitely. I had to stop watching that Benoit video. He's just dragging. 3 hours. It was like, man, I'm. It's like, oh boy. Yeah. Did I tell you my post from the other day hit a massive new number? The one with the armor thing? 3,600 views and 63 hearts.
Who?
Dude, and I got 3 or 4 new followers. I'm over 32 on the X platform. I'm approaching
Nice.
40. So I am growing. Plus, there's at least 4 people watching on X right now. They're being quiet, though.
Nice.
Oh, somebody did ask a good question. Why aren't distribution centers being worked on like the underground parts that were shown over 2 years ago? DC's already in and they would come under content for missions. Clearly, things like this can happen given the new stuff in 4.3, so why not add these in along with mission content? That's a good question.
Because they need to work on the entire structure, and that takes a while. So maybe it is on the way, and people shouldn't assume.
Yeah, that's true. More than likely, they're waiting on instancing, Carbon Pixel said. That's a good point. You know, instancing makes sense. I mean, they could be. Wow, a Czechoslovakia bar citizen in Prague. It's gonna be a big one. Colorado Springs, which is October 11th. San Jose, California.
It's the same day. That's SitCon.
Yeah, it's gonna be a direct bar citizen watch, and they're gonna have people there from CIG.
Yeah.
It stinks. I want to go, but not if you're not there, because
Yeah, there's no chance. You said it was where, Colorado Springs?
yeah,
Yeah, I'd probably be able to do that.
it's a little far for you, isn't it?
Let me get the map open. Give me 1 second.
I mean, I'd have to drive all night, dude, to get up there.
It's at Colorado Springs, right?
Yeah, it's at an Ivy Wild school. They got a
Yeah, fuck
school
that.
to sign
It's
on?
2 hours away.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have an Ivy League school there. Of course they do. It's Colorado.
Well, if the school's paying for it, I'd pick you up. But, dude, I'd have to. Well, nah, we'll table that. No. Right? I'm not gonna horse you around for that. Sorry.
I just don't want to go. It's 2 hours away, anyways.
I mean, if it was in Fort Collins, which is a lot closer, right?
Yeah, it's 15 minutes away.
That'd be a bit different.
That I might do, but at the same time, it's like I'm antisocial and I don't like going in public anyway, so
Honestly, I'm nervous as hell too. You know, I may sound like an outgoing person, but I'll tell you a secret, and chat can hear me too. I hate I hate large claustrophobic crowds, but you know, unless it's a big open area.
mhm.
Funnel me through a thin door, and better be prepared to fight.
I just don't like being around people.
Yeah. For me, it's I used to have stage fright really bad. You might not realize it because of my outgoing and charming personality. Wow, my live notifications are going up. My follower reach the last few days has gone from in the low 40s to the mid 50s.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. Out of almost 200 people. Happens all the time, Luna. She mentioned, yes, I encountered a lot of toxicity after moving to the West and gaming on Western servers. It really is awful how toxic people would be over a game. Sadly, it is what it is, right, Hat? I had a tooth crown come off this afternoon.
That's never fun.
No, I was smart though. When I felt it come off, I immediately spit it out and stuck it in a bag and stuck it in the refrigerator for safety, you know.
Yeah.
Because don't want to lose that, do you?
No.
It's my far
No,
left.
you definitely do not want to lose that.
Yeah. I think it was set improperly. Because I only had it
Maybe.
in there about 3 years.
Let's see, there's checkpoint.
Should have been in there a lot longer. The one on the right side is still set hard.
Mm-hmm.
The one on the left is stuck, just fell off. I was chewing a chewy candy, but nothing like super sticky.
Mm.
It was Mike and Ike's, you know.
Mm.
And then all of a sudden I felt this. I'm like, shit. Right?
Oh yeah.
So, I think a lot of people are right. The reason why they're doing. They announced in that we cut a couple of things in that SEL. There are going to be 4 more patches this year, whole patches, and that was from 5 days ago. If we include the patch this month, that's 3 Hat.
Yeah.
So will it be 4.4 or 4.5? Is the
That's a
question.
good question.
Mm-hmm. See, we're ending 4.3, but they say there might be a 4.3.2 for SitCon.
Mhm.
So I would say it'll be 4.4.1, which will be weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change the name of my stream now.
Oh, you're good, dude.
No, it's all good. I'm just bull BS in here and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well just improvise here bits. Oh, hush. Hang on. Star Citizen. Let's see. So with the armor system coming into game, do you realize that this Star Engine trailer, almost 90% of it, I would say, or more, is already in the game now?
Yeah, probably right.
Minus, I think, a few minor details. I love how they do the director from the Wing Commander series again.
Did you talk about how they are adding chat moderation stuff in the future?
Yes.
Yeah, they've already confirmed that. It's gonna be great.
It's gonna make so many of the idiots like Gene and his little friends so mad.
There's no way he can be American. There's no possibility for that.
I don't think he is American. I think he's somebody hiding behind a VPN.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously. I don't know personally, chat. Oh, it's so beautiful. By the way, they also mentioned that the tram systems will be getting reworked, hinting at Microtech possibly first.
Mm-hmm.
Which always seems to have the worst problems, even over Hearthstone. Yeah.
Microtech has always had the worst issues, and that's why nobody can ever base there and tell me that they like it there without lying. Or at least me thinking they're lying.
Yeah.
Some people like unironically like it there, and I don't.
I do.
Good,
But
more power to them.
It's kind of a tertiary like, over Hearthstone.
It's aesthetically yes, or performatively wise, no.
You're basically describing the entire game at that point, though, aren't you?
I get over 100 frames at Orison. I get like 20 in Microtech.
Welcome to the stream, is it Thunder or Thundercats?
Thunder.
It's a play on Thundercats.
Still one of my favorite games. Now, all this, okay, these modular hangars and stuff, I'll say this. That's going to expand the landing zone so much and take out the dependence on spawning in the in the apartments, right, Hat?
Well, yeah, there's always that, and they always had hangars spawning as a goal in the end. They had it in at one point, and it caused either a significant amount of lag or it broke stuff. It did both at one point. But in 4.3.1, they're adding it back, which I really like, because I hate spawning in the heads. It is so inefficient on time.
The hats should be for people just starting in the race.
So I think that is definitely what's going to be happening, because they've talked about what's going to be going on with new players in the future when 1.0 comes. And I don't know if they're still on track to do this with 1.0 or if it's going to be after 1.0. But they did say that they're not going to sell ships to players after a while. Like your game package won't have a ship.
Right.
A lot of people are like, shit, they can't do that, blah, 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 blah. It's a scam, man, but it's just, no. It's just, we're backing the game while it's in development. They're new. We get the benefit of having ships when the game goes live. They don't.
Right.
Shit.
That's exactly how it works.
Are you streaming to, like, Twitch?
Yeah.
He's streaming to a lot of
Twitch,
places.
I'm almost everywhere, dude. My current.
Do I
What's that?
need to skirt out of here? Like, I didn't know you were
No,
doing
no,
a show.
no, please.
Yeah,
Please
good
stick
dude.
around. I like color commentary. In fact,
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I am an open streamer. I'm not like the video. Well, I am fairly large, but I'm not. I'm more of an open house door policy as long as you're respectful, you know? We have had some people over the years, right, Hat, that.
Very much so, yeah.
But they're generally civil, most people. I will say this Star Engine trailer, most of the stuff, and this goes with you, Summercat, I would say, like I was saying to Hat, I think about 95% of all the mechanics are in-game. And remember,
Probably.
when this trailer came out, only about 60% was in. So that's a massive quantum leap in change.
How do you think the overall community would feel about like buffs and doffs?
About what specifically?
Like, go to your hab and log off in your hab, or go to your bed in your ship and log off in your bed. That keys up something. If you're logged off a certain amount of time, when you log back in, you have a percentage of time where you take 10% less nutrition loss over time, over like a 3-hour period or something like that, would be a buff.
Oh, you mean like well rested, like the Skyrim
Yeah.
system? Yeah. Like if you own your own home, it's more comfortable and stuff.
I think that would be very well received.
I think so too. What does chat think about it? Yeah, let's ask them. What do you think, Darkseid and Luna, if you're still there? What do you think about a buffing system that's like Hat and Sunder were talking about? What do you think of like a passive buffing system where you know, like you log off in your owned home, your habitat, you know, like your bed and stuff. Like in Skyrim, you basically get passive buffs, maybe a small like 5 or 10% buff, right, guys?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And
it doesn't even
it's
be
not
anything crazy.
enormous, but it does add up. And maybe it'll be a clutch buff. If you have a severe injury, maybe +5 regenerated health or something like that.
You could, sky's the limit if you wanted to put that into medical gameplay, where people are now going to the hospital to get a person being a doctor, or go to an outpost with a person being a field medic that has the right medical equipment that they have either purchased or looted in order to mix that up and inject you, and now you have a 3.2% increase to accuracy with all small arms or something.
Right.
And if you think about it, they're going for quite a bit of realism while still having the suspension of disbelief and whatnot, and you know, got all the sci-fi stuff. They still want like a fair bit of realism. If you go so long without relaxing or eating in real life, you keel over and die. Now, Star Citizen already has that with their dehydration and malnutrition system, or yeah, malnutrition, that's the word. But at the same time, there's really no there's no real benefits to it other than like some little hidden stats, and the debuffs aren't super crazy. But if you go, it is 3 days without water. It wasn't 3 weeks without food, was it? No, it wasn't. It's you can go quite a bit of ways without food. You go without water though, you just die. And as you go, you get legitimate real life debuffs, and they are scary. Like, they're not great.
Okay, here's my link to my Twitch. It's inside chat, Sunder, if you want to just
Hey, Cutter.
Hey, what you guys doing?
Zirin streaming. We're chatting about the game and whatnot.
Sunder brought up a really good point, PM, and I'm thinking a lot in chat agree with it too. Like a passive buff like a +5 or 10 system. You know, like say you have an injury and you're healing, but you sleep not in the hospital, in your own ham bed where it's comfortable, and you get like a +5 regenerated health, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like passive. It's not a included requirement, but you have to actively do it in order to get benefits, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of like what happens on what was that, Fallout 4?
Yeah, something like that. What I don't want to see them do though is have it to where you need to balance your diet super strongly. Because I can't remember what game somebody was showing me. It's Scum. There's like 1,000 different kind of foods you need to eat, or at least can eat, and to cover like 17 different categories. And like that is ridiculous. Another game that did it pretty well, super simple, was called Grey Hell. It's a jungle survival game. There was 4 categories: water, fats, carbs, and proteins. That's it. That was simple, and it was still like tough because you couldn't always get what you needed, but it wasn't ridiculous like Scum.
It kind of makes sense in the genre, though, right? Those are like pure survival games, and the idea is to survive. So I could see the whole metabolism thing getting extensive. Something like Star Citizen is, I mean, it's a space opera. It's Star Trek and Star Wars, what everybody wants, you know.
Yeah.
I don't want to sit there and decide if I can eat a bag of Cheetos or if I have to slim out on some lean protein today. I don't want to do that.
Well, no, well, really what I would think would be nice is you'd be totally fine if you don't do it, but there might be small benefits to doing it. And to be honest, it might just be like something that goes along with more of the industrial stuff, like crafting and whatnot. Maybe medics, they have more energy for longer, so they can stay on their feet in the medical field for longer. People with crafting, their crafting timers go down by a percentage, stuff like that. I don't really think combat could benefit from it too much, other than maybe movement speed.
Maybe stealth too, because they're less jittery.
Mm-hmm.
Like
something like that. Just little tiny buffs. They're not necessary. They're not that huge of a buff. Like, just if you want to. Because right now, 99% of the players just drink Cruise Lux.
Cruise Lux might be the base of some
Well, Cruise Lux does both food and water, that's why.
So do smoothies.
Yep, they do.
Maybe there'll be a food system like Breath of the Wild where you can make Cruise Lux plus or, you know, like bonuses to it, depending on what you eat. But not overkill, you know, like maybe 4 or 5 things.
That's what I would like to see is like a reason other than to stop the interruption of my gameplay, which is what it is right now.
Yeah. I want the Purgle.
I really like the idea of like, and it's just my own idea, so that they haven't said anything about this, but just like different planets that you go to, it would be pretty cool to have to be inoculated to the planet.
Oh, adapted.
And
yeah, okay.
so, and the inoculations have to do with the atmosphere, what's there, the different wildlife, and they just give you particular bonuses. You can do it without it, but it is way more beneficial for you to get it done, and that incentivizes, you know, people getting together and getting these things done with one another, promotes some form of economy. Like, it does more than one thing.
Got a point. Yeah. I do like it. There might also be negative buffs, like staying out in the rain too long. You get a cold.
That's just called a debuff.
Debuff, yeah, negative. Like debuff rain or too long near radiation, you get damage to your DNA. You know, like
get hit with something that increases, yeah, the sky's the limit, bro.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Increase your natural or your natural pheromone levels. You just like change that out. So instead of like spraying DEET on yourself, or not DEET, but like deer urine to attract bucks and whatnot, you're giving off a particular set for what do they call them, copions, and that gives you a bonus to copion spawn in your area, but you take a 3% negative hit to like surviving cold weather, and you just happen to be on microtech. Now you gotta take into account that, so bring a particular armor that mitigates that negative buff. Now we're min maxing, right? There's stuff to.
Yeah, guys, I gotta hop out of here. I had plans to join Cutter and Jason. I hopped in here while I was waiting on them, so I'll catch y'all later.
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 Yeah, it is funny though, Sunder. You know. I'm just, yeah. I think, if you don't mind being on stream, I don't mind, you know, adding commentary for a bit. Do we have the tattoo system in game yet, Sunder? Do you know?
I have no idea.
I don't think we did. Well, we might. I know that most of the stuff shown here in the starting demo is pretty much in game now. Not 100%, but you know, around the high 90s. I still am holding out hope that the reason why SitCon is all about the PU this year is it's like a giant sprint report, right? If you remember those.
Yeah.
I'm hoping.
I don't.
What's that?
I don't know, man. I mean, it could be a plethora of things. Like, I know all resources that are used to generate CitizenCon every year are resources that could potentially be pulled away from getting the game to us. So there's that. Like, I know they hire a lot of outside people, and the people that are, you know, writing out the script and contract and hiring all the people for CitizenCon aren't necessarily game devs, but like you've got game devs that come and they do panels, and they talk to people.
Right.
So
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm gonna take a wild shot in the dark. I'm still gonna say there is the potential that we get Nyx this year, but it won't be open PU. You know what I mean?
I would be blown away if Nick shows up this year.
We might get a clue here in a month. If they say yay, then it happens. If not, doors closed till next year. Get it?
If they say yay, I still don't believe it.
Well, I'd say the chances are much higher if they start
I-
doing. I still say it won't be open PU. Get it? It won't.
Yeah,
be.
okay.
It'll be PTU. It'll be like the Pyro PU. Yeah.
Maybe Evocati.
Evo, I'd say all waves before Christmas, you know? That way they get enough data post-holiday to roll it out for the year, you know? Kind of like that. Get what I'm saying?
I'd still be surprised. I mean, I would love to be surprised. I'll put it that way.
A lot of the bigger names are saying that, but I'm like, I'll believe it when I see it.
Exactly. That's where I'm at. What if it's dropped? Then it happened. Otherwise, it ain't happened.
I would say
I am very interested to see them doing Terra. Right? That doesn't imply that it's super Earth, right? That's not in the lore. Earth is still Earth, and the sheer magnitude of generating that, I don't know how they're going to do it, man, because it's not like Microtech where the whole planet can basically be empty and have one place where everybody congregates there, right? It's got to be
Microtech,
real.
well, they are going to be changing that. Microtech's supposed to get a couple of smaller towns scattered around, but they're not going to be. You can't land larger ships in it. You know, like they'll have like smaller landing zones. That's the rumor. A lot of these planets, because remember in the lore it says Lorville is the largest settlement on Hurston. Doesn't say it's the only one, right?
And we'll see how long that lasts once they open up building. I mean, because I guarantee you someone out there is going to build something larger than Hurston.
Or Lorville, yeah.
Or, yeah, Lorville.
What they're gonna do is on Lorville. Well, I wonder if they figured out the Pirate Week. Did anyone figure out the Pirate Week thingamabobber? I think they're still trying to figure it out. You know, the Pirate Week code. Last I heard, nobody had figured it out. Sucker.
I haven't been keeping track, to be honest, of that.
Yeah, I've kind of been like, well, I've been devoting some of my time to No Man's Sky for a bit too. The whole update for Corvettes. It's
Yeah.
been fun. Oh my god, it's so fun. Building your own ship, you know, a big ship. I have a Corvette. It's partially constructed. It's not at 100%.
I knocked that expedition out a couple days ago.
Oh, I hate you. It's all right.
Built a ship, have a Corvette, is a big one. But like I'm kind of just, I mean, it's cool. I'm not dogging on it at all. It's really cool, but it's big and slow, cumbersome, doesn't fit everywhere the way I'd like it to fit.
It's heavy
Which you can
firepower.
you can change that if you want to and not have it so big. But I'm just kind of like, if I need something huge with lots of room, I've got my frigate.
You also have a lot of firepower too in smaller packages. The Corvette's got nice firepower, right?
Yeah.
Mine has currently 2 photon batteries equipped, but it only shows that I'm firing 1. Have I done something wrong?
No, I don't think the number of guns matters with anything but like looks, aesthetically.
It's kind of an aesthetic.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, I can't
When am I
remember-
gonna get my dynamic sweat and tears, man?
That's probably going to be post 1.0 or with
I've been-
1.0. That being said, the original trailer had blood.
Yep.
And I think they're still going to do blood. They said they removed it to avoid squeamish people.
Stop it.
What?
Just that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous notion.
I know, it's goofy. Now,
I mean, great. Put a toggle on. How hard would it be to just make a toggle? You don't want blood? Turn it off.
now this is the best version of this Squadron 42 trailer. And we know that this is closer than we think. Remember, this is a year ago now.
Yep.
So is this Henry Cavill's character right here?
Looks like it.
I like his
Sounds
armor.
like.
Please give us his armor, please.
Those are just the perks. I'm Commander Ryan Enright.
The one ship I
play
want
Navy.
us to earn is the F-8 Squadron 42 variant. You know, the one with the diamond-shaped wings in the back?
Yeah.
It looks so much nicer than the current F-8. See how streamlined and smooth it is? Look at that. Isn't that pretty?
Sure.
I think, though, they actually confirmed it's not a Squadron 42 version. It's actually the Mark II F-8. They've already evolved it even further than the original F-8, you know?
That's something I believe.
Pause here. Troop transport, combat search and rescue. Interesting.
It's been I mean, like, all of this that you're looking at right now could be completely different from what they have now.
In a year, when they release this, I'm gonna just say this: even if they release it next year, it'll be late in the year, right? Super late. Get what I'm saying?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not gonna even say Invictus because that'd be stupid. That we might get an update at Invictus. Get what I'm saying? Invictus 2026, we will get an update. I fully believe it on this, or at least the first of the year. I think in the letter to the from the chairman, from Chris at the start, in January, which sadly is in 4 months, right? We're going to get an update on Squadron 42 for 2026. Cross your fingers, Sunder. Cross your fingers. Right?
I'm sure they'll update us on what's going on, but I don't think what they say is gonna please about 90% of the population.
I don't think so either. Which rank will you fly if they keep this? Rookie, wingman, ace, or legatus?
Either ace or legatus.
I'm gonna go wingman. That way I have normal mode. Because, see, rookie's easy. And I'm like, do I want easy, really? No. Normal might earn you some things, right? Do normal, right? On a playthrough. I'm not brave enough to do ace and legatus first go round. Get it?
I like a good challenge.
I do too. Wingman might be good. Ace maybe. Van. Well, there's Terra.
Oh, am I way off on my understanding of the lore? Earth and Terra are two separate things?
Yes. Terra is its own planet in the Terra Nova system.
Oh, okay, so they can do whatever they want with Terra.
Yeah.
I assumed he talked to all the
I'm
rookies
gonna
out
go
there.
with this dude's look. Why? Because he looks like the guy from Wing Commander. See?
Talking about the movie?
No, the series. God, what was his name? Christopher Blair. And yes, that is going to be the name of my Starman. I'm going to stick it to EA. Literally with my playthrough. Deliberately. Big middle finger. Way, way up. Right? Be like, thanks. Now I can middle finger you the whole time I get to play this. Right?
I have no idea what
Well,
name my character. I'm not even sure what naming my character in a single player game like this matters.
True.
If only I had been able to keep the seamless drop in and out co-op like it was. advertised so long ago.
Look at this. Well, you can tell how long ago this is. This is 10 years ago in our date. See? 29:45, 10:5.
Cloud of Vega 3. Reminder them that civilian traffic is
Also,
restricted
I
on
want to
lockdown.
earn these paints. See it? The green and the gray.
Yeah.
Archangel.
Completing Squadron 42 should enable us to earn the paint.
Come back for Gary.
Redirect to sector 7 Bravo Echo for immediate tasking.
Those are Mark IIs, right?
Copy that.
Mark II
On the way.
Hornets, Supers, or Hayes.
Those don't look like the old ones.
Yeah, those are the Mark IIs. And here comes the song of my people.
Scimitar. Reposition for heading 038.
Can you imagine
Copy that.
approaching a
Adjusting
battle
it now.
group like this?
Reaper Squadron. Reaper Squadron. Thanks for joining us.
Dude, I would
What's your
have
sit
my
rep?
comms on and my head on a swivel.
Understood. Stand by for further orders.
Both of the fleets that fight each other here are equally terrifying, and I would not want to be anywhere in there
Copy that.
at all. Not in real life, no way.
I own one of these. The Gauntlet, I own a Javelin. That is my
Oh, dude.
largest ship. Mine's
Wow.
not going to be called the Gauntlet. I'm thinking about a good name for my Javelin. I'm going to use the UEES system. You know what I mean?
I know.
Oh yeah, are you gonna be a
But a couple of
law-abiding
years ago, proximity sensors on the other side of the
ex-military
jump got to
guru?
and went dark.
I'm going to be a
The word is
civilian,
it might be that clan
but
that we've been
supplied
battling
with
with.
an advocacy Javelin.
Guess that last fight didn't scare
Special
them off quite like we all
missions.
hoped it would.
You know,
Honestly,
So like a 40k
I've
Inquisitor?
been here so long, I don't know what to pull for anymore.
Inquisitorious, you know? Hang on.
I just wanted to let you know. I'll write as soon as I can. Stay safe.
It don't look like that anymore, though.
Look at this here. Central Core Bank, that's on Earth. Navy Personnel and Records. Sanibal, that's Coalition for Military Oversight. Naval Veterans Association. Write your senator today about the Polo Initiative. Voyager Direct, that actually does exist. Look at these. That is, I believe, another Bengal. Yeah. That's the Bengal. Of course, this is the captain of the ship. And you know how you address the captain, right?
Never gets old, does it?
Sir,
Eddie's.
I sure as hell wouldn't show
I
her
used to do the same
disrespect,
thing
would
when I
you?
was first coming
This
up.
is her ship, right, Sunder?
Post up to the flight deck whenever I could to watch the
I'm not sure, is it?
Yeah, that's Captain McLaurin. This is her bridge.
Have you seen the F-8
Oh, shit, I would not want to be speaking with her at all.
The thing's a beast. Nimble, too.
12 maneuvering thrusters and 3 mains.
Well,
It sure sounds like it.
She still looks like she's about to start laughing at his enthusiasm over
Captain McLaren to the bridge. Captain McLaren
starfighters,
to
you
the
know?
bridge.
You know who voices her? Gillian
I saw you
Anderson.
apply to the flight academy.
Yeah, from the X-Files.
Yes, sir.
I know, they picked an
Keep your head up.
all-star freaking cast.
Took me a couple times before I got in.
Hold on a minute.
Thank you, sir.
All gunners. Katie Gear, report to your turret. Repeat, all gunners to your turrets.
Sorry, I was telling my mom that Robert Redford passed away today. He was up there, wasn't he?
In his 80s, I think.
89, yeah. Up near the end of, he was up there, man. Yeah.
I talked to Watkins in logistics, and he said the recon team was wiped out.
Really? Then why are we sitting here? Bandulon's stupid. If they know we know, they would have hit us by now.
Hey, they can take as much time as they want. The longer they wait, more of a chance the 42s to get there.
Well, they can hit whenever.
Hey, there you are.
Hey,
Where's your helmet?
can't come without it.
Come on.
Rookie mistake.
I like how
gotta
they
get to my
mock
turret.
your main
Got to
character,
go up.
yet you're the only one who survives. You know?
It do be like that sometimes.
And they do be like that sometimes. Yeah, it's like, really, guys? Isn't it amazing how big the javelin is? It's crazy. Here's the mess hall.
I heard we aren't getting any
Look at
reinforcements.
this. Maybe 2 is underrated.
Right, we were getting tuned up for weeks.
They're talking about the Polo
Initiative or
Initiative.
shit?
Parker Man's been freaking out about having to make cuts, so everybody's taking hits. Winslow and the Banshee told me they got denied on extra ammo for their main gun.
Almost like the suits on a...
That's bad, isn't it? When you get denied ammo, right? By the way, I think Nick's might be sooner than we think, though. There was this interesting news break. You know, the thing Jared Huckabee does as a newscaster for In the Verse, right, Sunder?
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about Nyx, and it was leaked, but it's been since deleted. So I think that it was meant to be a surprise. So, we're gonna have to wait and see on that. You know, look at this bunk.
Have you heard about this show, Lost Squad?
I like how this lower
They
bunk makes
seriously
saying,
doing
I'm
another
not
show
watching
called
another
Fallout.
movie based on that. Right? Lost Squad.
Supposedly out next
89.
year.
I want to, okay, a lore system like that, awesome, right? Where you overhear stuff. And this guy's doing his last right.
Like Perrin, he's old enough.
Totally get
Teach
that before battle, right?
Teach him what I taught you.
Sure.
I mean, dude, this whole scene right here is believable.
Hug your mom.
Soldiers saying they're talking to their families, you know, amongst themselves, getting ready, you know, just rando stuff we would overlook, but it's totally believable. By the way, we are getting a variant of this armor in the goodie pack. You saw it, right?
Oh, for the yeah, but wasn't it like designed and had lettering to match for like the paladin or something like that?
Yeah, but look at the helmet. That's the Paladin helmet, but a different looking version. See it?
Yeah.
Hey. All set?
I like how they
Hey,
give you a
sleep last night?
wingman or a teammate, you know, at first.
Yeah, me neither.
Look at that. Look at the elite sitting separate from the commoners. See them?
Officer's table.
Yeah. And then the engineers. See the guys in the other colors?
Oh, bad news. I heard Goofy was assigned to your rig for this last shift, so brace yourself. Your controls are gonna
I
be
think he outranks us. See how his armor is a little different?
This is Captain McLaren. Sitcon upgraded to orange. All reserve personnel get to your
Have you
stations.
served in the military somewhere?
Looks like this could be it.
Yes.
What is orange?
Depends on
Hey,
Battle ready or
Look.
something?
what you're
see
doing.
you up there.
I would assume that's what it means for them.
Since they're fixing to go into battle, it means be at your stations, probably battle alert, right? For changing conditions, I'm assuming. Yeah, see, because he's having to hurry to his station.
God damn it, Goofy, get the hell out of there!
Uh-oh.
So glad you could join us. I want you calibrated and ready to fire in 5, here?
Yes, we hear you. Right? They're like, sir, yes, sir, to get my head, jerk. Right? Thinking it, Sunder, not saying it, right?
Yes.
Big difference.
Yes, definitely thinking it, but not saying.
Yeah. See, chat, this is a moment where you keep your tongue in your mouth.
Just follow the on-screen instructions for the calibration program.
Definitely a moment where you
Start
keep
with
your
tracking. Since we're out
keep
here
your
hunting
mouth
a Vandal
shut.
Clan, I'll load up one of their ships for you to follow.
I think the Blade is going to be one of the more common Vandal ships we're going to fight. Obviously, you know. It's why I own one.
All right.
Dude, I own one as a,
Next up,
God, what do you call it? Where you have an enemy fighter to practice movements with.
I don't know. What do you call it?
It's a reference ship, I guess. I call it my war trophy because it's an actual blade. It's gonna get the rework. You know the rework of it?
Yeah, it looks good.
Looking good. Last thing we need to do is verify your targeting. I'll load up a larger Vandal ship for you to practice targeting specific parts of the enemy.
Release candidate tomorrow. There's a void. Okay. Now here's my theory. If Nyx does release in the next 6 months, right? I'll just say that. I don't think we're gonna have king ships. There'll be too much of a stress on the servers without dynamic. Understand?
If we get Nyx, does that mean we're gonna have Levski back?
Yes. Levski is already confirmed. They already showed it. So, I think with Vandal incursions coming from the Virgil jump point, right? At most, we might see a hunter. You know what a hunter is, right? Not this guy. This is a Void Bomber, which is a mid-sized ship.
You think you're gonna see Vandal incursions in Star Citizen?
They're confirmed.
Marcus Tester Tilt system says
They said that's.
Are they in yet?
No, they're not in right now.
Then they're not confirmed.
Good. All right, people.
I'm merely going off what Richard Tyre said at SitCon about Nyx.
Any idea what's happening, sir?
You covering your sector and staying off comms. At least that's what should be happening.
My money's still on the drill.
What'd I just say?
Sorry, sir.
Sorry, sir. I love that. That guy didn't keep his mouth shut.
About time.
Shut up. Right? Shut up. Admiral Bishop.
Attention, Second Fleet. This is Admiral Bishop.
There's the old man.
For 6 months now, we have faced an elusive enemy determined to see the Empire burn and
didn't they say
every human with it. There have been battles.
Wait. Go back.
There have been
That's the suits that's from the goodie pack. Look at the colors.
That don't look.
It looks similar, or is it the one in the back? That's kind of orange colored. See it?
There have been battles. There have been losses. Each and every one of you has proven yourself time and again, but today I must ask for more.
Hold on. What was that ship we just saw?
Time and again, but today
Sorry,
I must
I'm
ask
doing an
for
analysis. See this guy back here?
Is that not another Bengal?
Look at the shape.
No, I guess it's not.
That's got to be a cruiser, a ship we've never seen before. This is the Bengal. This is Bishop's Bengal. Here is the Javelin we're on. This is a cruiser, full cruiser.
More.
There. Oh, we get a good look at it too. See. It looks like it has a full flight deck too. So, I don't know if they offer the cruiser, man. I might upgrade to a full medium carrier, right?
From the Javelin?
Well, yeah. I mean, if it has better shields, right?
Do you think that's bigger than the Javelin?
This is much bigger. Look how far back it is. This is quite a bit back from the angle. Because look how small it is from the Javelin. That's got to be a good distance back.
Today,
I'm going to let him
we
talk.
fight one last battle. Advanced recon indicates the entire Vandal fleet has just entered the system. This means a
I love how his
kingship
ears changed.
is headed
That
our
was a
way.
glitch.
Now, some of you will not survive today, but there will
Thanks
be no
for the vote
time
of
for sorrow.
confidence, boss. Right?
We will have to grieve for them later. Because 2 billion souls in this system hang in the balance.
2 billion.
There should be no illusions about what we were up against. In the history of the UEE, a kingship has entered human space a handful of times. Battle of Orion, Siege of Tiber, the fall of Caliban. But we are the Second Fleet. History will remember us differently. We will not have to worry about it being kind, because today we will define ourselves through our actions.
Hard to believe we're less than a month from sitcom, dude.
We will not lose the system. We will not fall back.
We're on barely 3
We
weeks
will
out,
win.
aren't we?
Because we have to.
2 hours of fun.
We fight today.
You know, that might have been
So in
just
40
the hook
years from now, when
to
you're
tell us
surrounded
how
by everything and
limited
everyone
it is.
you hold
It's
dear,
gonna be funny if it's
they
like
ask,
the
"What did you
SCL
do
we just had,
in the
and it's
Battle of
actually
Vegas?"
3 hours or more. You
You
know,
can
just
look them
for
in the eye and
grins,
say, I held the line.
right?
Perhaps.
The Second Fleet.
I mean, I'm just saying they tend to drag things out.
I am proud
And
to
if
stand with you.
Chris Roberts is like, you know what? At the end of it, I don't think
luck.
2 hours is fair to the audience,
Push your
right?
buttons.
And Jared's like, but we talked about this.
Nice
Jared,
speech.
right?
Any word from the recon team?
Not yet.
Now, who plays his,
Let's get
his,
into position.
first lieutenant or first officer? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I can't remember that dude's name.
He's got a good poise. You know what I mean? Give me that white suit. It looks armor. You know what I mean? Rail launchers. Yep, those are rail launchers. Like on the in the real world, like on the Gerald Ford. See the Bengal ship's big one. Little one. Look at those engines. You know what that looks like? A Star Wars design with all those engine bells, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Integrity or the Corvus. This is a battle cruiser. See, these are battle cruisers. They're in between the cruiser and the Bengal in size. CIG has already confirmed this will be the largest player-owned ship we will ever have. The battle cruiser. Look at that. That thing is going to be at least 800 meters. 100 shorter than a Bengal. And yes, it can take on a Bengal. Not by itself, but head to head. you know, they would severely injure each other. Isn't that crazy?
Isn't a Bengal a carrier?
It is, but it's got some impressive weapons.
You would think a quote unquote battle cruiser would be able to defeat a carrier.
It's just it's shields. It's got like 6 capital shield generators. It's got monster shields. You know, like you can't even get through them. From what I understand. But I'm gonna be quiet for a minute because here comes the real threat. The Bengal's nice and all, but here comes the behemoth that lurks in the dark, right? Just imagine in the PU one of these monsters showing up as an incursion event, right? By itself.
I'd skip it.
What's that?
I'd skip it.
Dude, I would fight it. I'd be like, you know what? I'm gonna go down in glory, or down as an idiot. I love the armory officer.
Fleet, hold fire until my mark.
Now he's an admiral, right? Fleet admiral. Those are hunters. Okay. When they put Nyx in, those are probably gonna be the largest ships we find. Not these guys with double mouths. The hunters are big. They're like Idris size. So I could see those, right?
I'd skip it.
What if they have rare mineral materials we can get off of them?
I'd still skip it.
Why?
I don't want anything to do with that, man. I ain't trying to go out there and get killed by no nasty looking Vanduul MF. I'm gonna be in the back with all the supplies and the humanitarian aid, and I'm gonna charge an astronomical fee and become a quadrillionaire.
You sound like that one dude. Oh gosh.
You have to hit him close. I want him live on launch.
There. I pull out one of those weapons. Those are size 12 guns.
Yeah, I ain't trying to get shot by one of them.
What are they waiting for?
That.
That.
3 kilometers long. Big as an ISV, right?
Wonder where they got the idea.
Probably. Well, I don't know. Wouldn't an Imperial Star Destroyer be able to take on this thing? It's basically got a Death Star laser on the front.
I don't know, man. Like, with the way they can't even handle a YT-1300, I doubt it.
I don't know, dude. This ship can blast right through a large, heavily armored capital ship's shields. One hit.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the Star Destroyers couldn't even beat a freighter.
Right. Well, I mean, the smart captain might hold back. You know, pull back. Now these guys, me. I'm assuming the silver guy is the subordinate, and the gold guy is the commander, right?
I don't know how their ranking system works.
Ship's locked, sir. Fleet's ready.
Stand by.
I know this. I wouldn't challenge the fleet without a retribution class at the ready. You know what those are, right?
Mm-mm.
Retribution classes are like the UE's answer to this thing. They're almost the same size. And they also have the Doom laser up front. And here come my blades. I have one of these.
think I have 2 of them in buyback, but
Quantum boost. See it? That was quantum boost. They're testing the weakness.
Fire!
Do you notice how they all have ballistics and no energy weapons at all? Are they afraid of like running out? Well, the hammerhead is okay. They're smart, right? Sorry. So this is the paladin helmet. I guess it's
Contacts inbound.
right?
Got one. I got one.
Yeah. One
great
out.
kid, don't get cocky.
Yeah, that was from Star Wars right there. The guy was the lieutenant or whatever. Don't get cocky, kid. Right? This fight is a good test. Right?
A good test of what?
Just determining systems of turret. But remember, he's only playing on novice. I guarantee you, on the mode I want to try, it'll be much harder. Right?
I thought he chose the goddess.
No, he chose novice. Or no, I think he did choose Legatus. Hold on. Yes. But this may actually be novice, you know, in testing, right?
Well, it's not really indicative of any type of difficulty, right? Because you're on rails at this point. It doesn't matter what you do, the fleet's still gonna get crushed. You're still gonna have to do aerial stuff. Like the game is on rails.
Right. That's right. I'm okay with this, you know, the customization thing of your, what do you call it? Hangars and stuff, because it opens up the entire city to players, right?
Tracking enemy sides. Light him up. On. Woo! Target down. Good kill.
You got some good destruction art.
Start smart.
Yeah, just how they've made the ships fall apart and whatnot.
That has got to be whatever they call it, you know, the, God, what is it called, damn it? You know, that new art, that construction system?
Looks good.
God, what is it called, though? It's got a name.
Certainly an artist flex.
Can't hold out much longer. Damn it, gunners, take out those tools. Thanks for the help, Crocker. You got it. Get back in there.
Will do.
I don't like what. Who is talking? Is somebody talking to the pilots and you're listening in on this?
Yeah, here's Bishop again. That was a rail part. So this is basically a historical battle you're playing through, right?
Very beginning of the game.
Hold on.
August, shift your position back and drift 8 degrees off x-axis. That should bring that Moiler into your field of fire. Corvus, read out.
Raider is a Idris frigate. Morning Star is a javelin. Gauntlet's a javelin. Banshee's a javelin. What is the Corvus? See the Corvus up here? And the Integrity.
Direct to fill the gap.
The battle cruisers.
These are battle cruisers here. But we heard the name Argus. See the Argus Argus, how it's got this slanted bridge, or this front end? This is probably the cruiser. See how much bigger it is than the Javelins, but smaller than the Corvus and Integrity, right?
Self-integrity.
There it is. Okay. See, there's a definite size difference. See it? Argus is smaller than Corvus and Integrity, right? Look at that.
It doesn't look like a lot of firepower is coming off of it in this cutscene either.
Yeah, I think it's more of a carrier. See, look. Argus has an opening here. So I think this is a carrier. See how it's got a bridge and a landing pad here? No, this is a runway. Runway. See the runway?
Maybe. I can't really tell.
Yeah. I think it's a runway. Okay, so keep going. This is the battle cruiser. Look at these guns. Those have got to be size 10s. You know, triple barrels. See why I want one, right?
Your turn to play bait.
Right? Okay, ooh, we had a good look at the Argus, whatever it is.
Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
It's a carrier. It said carrier. Did you see it too?
Mm-mm.
Hang on, I'm gonna back up and walk through it.
Scimitar, your turn to play bait.
There. Carrier. See it?
Mm.
It's a carrier. And look at the opening. See up top?
That's so strange. Such a strange. Well, no, the other carrier, the Bengals, got the same thing up there, didn't?
So this, okay, the Bengal might have better shields, but this is faster, right? Smaller mass, right? So the Argus class, if say it's the namesake of the class, right? The Argus class could probably deploy in bigger numbers than the Bengal, right? Would that be your guess?
I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it could be an updated model, like a more advanced Bengal.
That's smaller. Ooh, here comes the 12, size 12, take 4. These are big. Here they come. That thing surely has a shield down
Banshee, push forward. Let's see how strong their line is. Raiden, you're their support.
Another thing I'm not really understanding here, besides the quote-unquote cinematic of it all, is why the entire fleet is forward-facing this enemy fleet. They can't get the majority of their guns to bear on them facing forward. They would, the way they're designed is like old World War II ships, so they would have to take a angled position.
That is strange.
Come in. We need you to sweep up some fighters on us.
You know what I think it is? I think this is a bait and switch. I think they are a delay fleet. That the rumor is that the Retribution toward the end of this fight arrives, which is a ginormous, gigantic super carrier, right? Super dreadnought. It's basically a top secret weapon. But I could be wrong. I don't know, you know? I am not one for spoilers.
On it, sir. Get us in close.
Aye, sir.
You're up, turret gunners. We're guarding Bishop here. Make me proud.
So we're intercepting the heavy fighters. Switch back to our main character. I would
Honored,
have
sir.
size 6s, not 4s, you know?
Yep.
Yeah, don't get the friendly, dude. Maybe they just use them because they reload quickly and they have quick. Oh god, you know, quick ammunition reload and also rapid fire.
That random blade just doing spins.
He's right, got hit. Oh, here's a void. Now here's the big gun. These are size 7 guns. Now we're talking firepower, right?
That
That's a
isn't that what's gonna be on the Perseus?
yeah. That's what was going to be on the person. It's a size 9. That's an M9A gun. The biggest M gun here is. Well, I think there's an M12, but it's actually a 10. You know what I mean? Size.
Yeah.
Look how slow it is. It's just, right? I love how those bars, right?
I'm actually kind of surprised you're the only one shooting at these things.
I think it's just in your direction. The other gun shouldn't see. Maybe somebody's being a terrible shot. See, your other gun shooting at you on the ship. Somebody's terrible.
Outstanding, Holmes.
Yeah, look, there's another spinner.
Thank you, sir. Good job.
Pop him up. Right? Are you Air Force or Army, dude?
Army.
You're a tank.
No, I wasn't in a tank.
Technical division. My dad actually worked.
I'm picking up Glaives.
He's still alive. He's long retired.
It's a tank mechanic.
Oh no, he was assigned to tank. He had to fix his stuff.
Right.
He actually had a BS commander that told him he had to take his T, whatever it was, you know, fix it and have it ready for parade. And he and his buddies decided to show up this dude, right? Because they'd had enough with him. Because he'd been, how do I put it, Sunder? He'd been on their butt all week, right? Oh, here's the hunter.
Oh god.
Now this is why I say the hunter will be the biggest threat we fight so far. See how big it is? It's big as it did Jack Idris.
I know exactly how big it is. It's big enough to avoid.
It's also got side turrets. This is probably going to be attack opponent, right? You want a reason to have a Starlancer attack? There you go, right?
Man,
Look how much punishment it takes. Holy cow. And that dude's laying into it, isn't he?
I love that ship. I wish it was worth a ship.
The TAC.
Yeah.
I own one. I'm hanging on to it. 'Cause it is
Yeah,
useful.
I own one too. I'm not gonna hang on to it though.
Focus, people. We got heavy fighters incoming.
Stingers. Those are heavy fighters.
There's too many of them. Waste them.
There's too many of them. Where have I heard that before?
These guys are heavy fighters. 3-man heavy fighters. So I'm assuming they have it has
can we appreciate just for a second how slow and straight them things came into that dude's fire line?
They're heavy. They don't need to. They have huge shields. Look at that.
Marcus! Is that Marcus? Can anybody
Keep
see
firing, right? Shut up and keep firing, right, dude?
Your buddy just got smoked.
Yeah, do you want to be next? It's like, do you want to be next? Keep firing. Ammo depleted. That's not good.
Right now, we won't survive another hit.
Blow up that gun,
Turret down!
Oh, there we go. And system difference.
Tracking multiple inbound boarding spikes. Target and eliminate.
Boarding spikes.
We should get the hell out of here.
Boarding spikes.
I need help. I need help.
Something tells me there are Van Duel on ship. What is that? Well, that's one way to get kicked out of your ship, right? Well, that sucked, didn't it, Sunder? Huh?
Yeah.
Did you hear that? They made planetfall. You be down there helping civilians escape, wouldn't you?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. That's way too close.
Uh-oh. Charging the big gun. Here it comes.
Not the spinal tap.
Oh yeah, they're about to. Here it comes. Right.
Pull a Star Trek and fly into it.
Well, that battle cruiser just took a hit. He's done.
Flight ops. Scramble any available support ships to pick up survivors. This thing is chewing us up, sir.
Break engagement with this destroyer. Align for a run on the King ship.
He looks
Weapons.
like he's nuts.
I'm gonna need you to cook up a firing solution on that King ship. Hit him with everything we got.
So, all of our weapons even focused?
Have to do something. Right, Mr. Kraus? The Van Duel aren't gonna blow themselves up.
Yes, sir.
Wait, next time we take a hit, drop our shields an extra 30%.
Hear that, shields?
Let's make ourselves vulnerable.
Navigation.
Please do.
Sir? Adjust heading.
Make for a fitting target.
Yeah, a
Let's
very
get their
big
attention.
target. Seriously. Like, dude, bro, what the hell? Charging up the big gun again. Silver? That's Thule. That's the main bad guy. So we're seeing him before he really becomes his own. Get what I'm saying, Sunder?
Yep.
So this is basically Thule before he becomes the big bad, right?
Second shield generator's down, sir. Starboard 4 exposed. Sir,
Hit them again.
waiting on you, Mr. Krause.
They're gonna kill us.
Move, right? Move aside, kid. Shot. At least damaged it, right?
Getting power spikes. And charging up the main gun. I guess you got their attention.
Yeah, something tells me they didn't like that too much. And here come the saviors of the day. Right?
All right, people. 5 seconds out to the fray. Form up, Cal. You got point.
Copy that. Tally's on me.
You're an ambush. Right?
Flight. Echo flight. Prep for boost.
One of those. And now a second flip wave just arrived, right, Sucker? Uh-oh. Is it just me or does the fishmen seem to be panicking just a bit, Sunder? Right?
All copy. Talk to the radio.
Yeah. Having a bombing squadron on your flank's not the best idea.
Yeah, I think they're panicking just a bit now, right?
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doug. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield, Jenny.
Copy. Penny, Roger.
That
take
is
Charlie
a
and Delta.
Hornet.
Screen up
I
those
think
fighters.
that's what they're
Dale,
going to call the
Mug,
Hornet Mark
you're in
III.
main. They be running Delta
Cal
switch
Mason,
back.
what he's piloting,
Tally's
is
maintain back up.
completely
I'll
different
pay your
model
shot.
of Hornet. See how different it looks?
All echoes. Stay
Yeah.
on the ball.
Light 'em up.
We're not even supposed to get that for another 2 or 3 years. Why? It's squadron related, you know? You think the Mark II is agile? This
Cal,
thing
I don't think your
better.
ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You might be right.
I love how you have Smart's ship to compose. Hello, right?
Shield soften up.
Shield hold, right? Uh-oh, they're mad. Shield's down.
Shoots up.
Here comes the big boom. Still took out their engine though, didn't it, Sunder?
Yep.
But most of your superstructure's still in one piece.
Report! Shields are holding. Barely. That shot took out our main thrusters.
No, not us, them.
kingship shields are down.
Yes! We don't celebrate until they're dead.
I like exactly what the Admiral said, right, Thunder?
Yep.
We don't celebrate until they're done, basically. And now it's time to send them off with a fiery cannon, right?
Most of them, anyways.
Yeah, about 90% of them. Those are size 9s. All we just witnessed is the first sinking of a kingship.
And it only took 10 size 9 torpedoes.
That's actually an underestimate. I think he angered him. Right? I'm assuming this device gives Thule some sort of key. Get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like a lock or something that represents nobility. A passing of the torch, you know what I mean? Persevere and tear down our enemies. This is very Klingon, isn't it?
Yeah.
It reminds me very much of the Klingon Empire. You also notice the scars on his face? Red scar? Dude, that is some jumping. These guys are gonna be no joke, aren't they? Here's a stinger, Thunder. But I would bet different. This is a different class of stinger. You know what I mean? For elites, right?
Yeah.
Look how big that is. He decided to get a little bit of revenge on Australia 42. See? That's what that retaliator did. But guess who's right on his tail? Cow. See him? Look what little creep gets away. Great, right?
He's got plot armor.
Well, we knew that he would probably get away, right?
Sir, kingship's headed right for us.
Can we evade?
Shot took out the main thrusters, sir. I'm trying to get the auxiliaries online.
Getting a rapid increase in the kingship's energy signature. Looks like they're trying to go critical.
Even if we dodge, we won't get clear of the blast range on auxiliary alone. Attention, fleet. This is Admiral Bishop. You are ordered to immediately withdraw. I repeat, withdraw. All non-essential personnel are dismissed to abandon ship.
Now this
If you
is
want
a
to
smart
volunteer to
admiral,
stay,
isn't it?
we can sure use your help.
Those that have no will to fight, get out of the way,
All right.
right?
Tell the gunners to concentrate.
I wouldn't force men
on
to
the
fight
power
if
they
they
got.
aren't willing to fight.
Maybe
Be like,
we can
if you
take
men
out this
aren't willing to
kingship
fight,
before it
abandon
hits
ship
us.
and
Yes, sir.
at least help the
Logistics. I want every
civilians on
ounce of
the
juice
planet
pumped into
below,
those guns.
right?
If we don't need it to breathe or shoot, I don't want it.
Meanwhile, I want to know what happened to our player character, right?
Probably floating around somewhere.
Probably. Is that our commanding officer ready for it? Coward. It's open. Here he is.
A lot of military personnel just running right past a downed body like that.
Save your own skin! Oh look, they are yelling at us, see? Come on, man.
Nothing about this is good, which is why I'm in the system over.
Yeah, I'd be like, dude, brother, I love you, but no, right? Oh, the professional med gun. These are more like a med gun, you know? They get in charge.
I think I can crouch into that.
You gotta get out of here, dude, right? My first instinct would be to look for a, what do you call it, lipo?
Let's go!
Whoa. Okay, he's done. Yeah, I'm not going that way, right? Huh?
Mm-mm.
No, I'm not going that way. Nope. We're not going that way.
Hey, hold the door!
Seriously? Are you for real?
I didn't realize this was a French fleet.
Nice comparison. I don't think he could have opened that door.
I need to find another way out of here.
Right? So that door was already hermetically sealed, right?
Yep.
So there would have been no way for him to get in there. That poor dude got barbecued, didn't he?
Yep.
All personnel evacuate ship.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do there. Mysterious talking voice, right? Nose. So what do we encounter the Van Duel skirmish here? I want to go that way, right? Room lockdown.
Yep.
Well, that's FPS radar, right? Huh? You see that? That's coming, isn't it? Sooner or later? Here, dude. Invalid credentials. He's got something tells me this homeboy was engineering, right? Makes sense though, doesn't it, on a ship like this, right? Where it could be compromised. Huh?
pick up the gun first.
Yeah. Gotta get inside there. We're gonna run right into one. Kill him! Dodge. And shoot him. Right? Whoever that is, terrible shot. Right? Richard Tyler. No access.
That's the last place I'd want to be. And that's why.
And that's why, right there.
Room locking down.
Fire down. Oh, great. We have to play tournament. Tell me the fire, man. That's my name. Right? Have you ever seen this before?
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so crazy.
Systems back online.
Oh, good. You got the systems back up, right? For what it's worth.
Breach detected. Depressurizing.
I'm going to go ahead and retract my previous statement and say that this is the last place that I would want to be.
Yeah. Dude, I wouldn't want to be here. Now, if I was here, you know what I'd be looking for? Seeing the singer? You know what I'd be looking for? A ship to escape at high speed, right? I would power it on, no shields, pure SCM, and just bolt. And then once I'm out of gravitational range, quantum, right? Get what I'm saying, Sunder?
Yep.
I would escape like a bat out of hell. But right now, you're in a freaking debris field, right? There's the battle cruiser.
Wasn't that battle cruiser given strict orders to retreat or fall back?
Probably they're trying to cut a hole through the fleet so they can escape. Or maybe they're stubborn and decided to hold the line, you know? Uh-oh. You know, we're about to see some missiles go into it anyways. version. Of it,
this
right?
looks way better than anything in Star Citizen.
Well, currently, this is the version 2. We had the version 1 of this. This looks like a pain in the butt to get around. Look at the electricity arcing from the conduits on the floor. That's going to be a pain in the butt, isn't it? You want to aim high enough not to hit those conduits, right? Hammerhead. But I don't think you could have intercepted that if you tried, right? No way. It's a ship. You're a person, right? He's down to 43% oxygen. Notice that? 39, 38. Wonder if he's gonna get into the 20s. Yep, 20s.
Warning, oxygen low.
Not anymore. Why is the oxygen going up? There must be an air pocket here or something?
Pressurizing. Pressurized.
Down.
Gravity online.
So that helmet concealed? That's cool, right?
Had to have. He was in space.
Thought I was the only one left.
So did I.
Look, I need your help with something. Follow me.
We're running low on power, so we have to reroute our energy
Is
from
she
our
the
shields to our
last
thrusters
lady
to
on
change direction.
last person on the ship? Oh, captain's gotta go down with the
Take a
ship,
seat.
right?
Yep.
I need you to steer the ship. Time for your first piloting lesson.
Boy, she's being funny today, isn't she?
We're setting a new course.
Aegis, combat flight assist. Shields off.
Yeah.
Ready?
I wouldn't be turning my shields off now. At all. Aegis, combat assist activated. Systems off green. disabled there, right?
I'm surprised it's moving.
Probably barely.
Good.
They almost damaged engineering, so I'm not surprised.
Shifting power back to shields.
Shields.
And
Engaging autopilot.
Corvus! I ordered you to fall back!
Can't do that. You're dead in the water, and we can help.
The situation's under control. You order reverse!
You can't kill it. Not before it takes you out. We are boarded and burning. This is the only way.
Well, lock your course and get off that thing. Both of you clear?
Aye, aye.
Rachel!
I will.
oh no.
Damn it.
Looks like they caught on to our plan, didn't they? Evangel did? Well, we should have known they wouldn't make it easy for us, didn't they, man, huh? I love their music, don't you?
We're about to have company. I've got to try and divert as much energy as I can to the engines. So I'm gonna need you to hold them off. Go now.
Yes, sir.
Ammo.
Our support and lag are offline.
Grab it. Right. Gun.
Disabling safeties on the reactor to goose some extra juice. Here they come!
There's one.
Incoming! Keep it up. Another breach!
Yeah, take as much ammo as you can, alright? These guys need it. You know this is a mob battle, isn't it? Huh? Ooh. I knew.
We're doing good. We've got more tool coming!
Oh, she's fighting too. Okay, she's not backseat. Right?
Danger. Hit shield 25%.
Good. Wow, they can rush you quick. If they're anywhere near this deadly in the verge, people are going to have a hard time with them, Sunder. You know what I mean?
Nice work.
That's a good thing.
Yeah. I mean it. I want a real challenge of an opponent. These guys just look like it.
Collision imminent.
Almost finished here.
Ejection system offline.
The escape pod door is jacked. I need you to manually override the door. Oh. Give me your rifle. I'll cover you. I just need a minute to finish up here. What's the status on the door?
right?
Give this
Because
to
of the
Bishop.
trailer, right?
I don't know, man.
All gonna be
That's a
okay.
massive fucking hole that just got created.
Well,
I'm surprised she could still talk.
he's not going to leave her here. I think McLaurin lives because it says that McLaurin put in a word for him for the Flight Academy at the end of this bit. Impact's coming to escape. Come on.
I said, get out of here.
No, I'm not leaving you.
Dragger. I'm going to drag you because if I don't, your dad's going to murder me, right? Or kill me, right? Huh? Bishop? It's your dad. You're like, I am not abandoning you here in any capacity, right? More than likely, she gets picked up and they triage her. You know what I mean? Of course, it cuts to black there, so boo.
I do solemnly pledge, mind and body, I will defend the Empire with my life.
Your application to the Flight Academy has been reconsidered. Captain McLaren had submitted a letter of recommendation on your behalf before the battle.
Hey, it's fine.
Before the battle. May not have lived.
We may be a small crew, but the work we do matters.
Welcome to the Stanton. I'm Eugene Morrow.
I'm Petty Officer Webster, Chief Mechanic.
This will be your new home.
We got you flying with Lieutenant Commander Colton. He's one of our best.
Sir?
Who the hell are you?
I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
You want me to learn your name? You live long enough for me to care.
Baron Actual, you're clear to launch.
Launching in 3, 2, 1.
I hope so.
That can't be. Doesn't look right. That's a Xi'an. What are the Xi'an doing in Odin? That's a good question, right?
Think they're gonna have to change that 6 to an 8.
I don't think so yet. They have yet to confirm anything. I think it's all hearsay. All this IGN and all these other big publications, they've wanted Star System, much like No Man's Sky, to fail for many, many years. And I can confidently, well, not confidently, but I can already tell you that to have that mentality is kind of sad. You know, hold on. Where's my, okay, off. No. Display capture. There we go. Okay. But, yeah, I'm debating whether it'll be early 2026. When is Grand Theft Auto supposed to come out? Summer?
It's not gonna be early 2026. I'll bet you that Jeff.
I bet Grand Theft Auto is early 2026.
I'm pretty sure that they're both competing for the same time slot.
Which
It's going to be towards the end of the year in 2026, but I'm not sure either of them are going to make.
We'll simply have to wait and see. It's like everything else, subject to change and rearrange. You know, I've done this thing for over, content creation for almost 5 years. I've followed the project at least since 3.7. I'm pretty sure you've been around longer.
I've been here since the Kickstarter.
Yeah. I've learned the disappointments, the successes, however mild. So, I will say this. Last year, I wasn't expecting Pyro in at all. The end of the year, Pyro even making it last year was a huge surprise. So that kind of...
Especially considering it was supposed to come out 2 years prior to that.
Well, that's... Yeah. All things...
So I say, man, they have a track record of 13 years, a track record of any type of announcement or anything always, without question, gets delayed.
Yeah, sadly.
So I think there's a little more credit
I don't believe
to
it.
Jared's statement than a lot of people are given.
I don't know. I'm going to wait for full confirmation. I'm not trying to dissuade what you're saying, but he did re-clarify later. I don't know why. So, no idea. Like I said,
I just take it with a grain of salt. If it shows up, it shows up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I've been in this thing for the past 13 years. What's another 2 years, right? Like, I want it just as bad as everybody else that really wants it. But, I mean, I'm not going to cry about it when it doesn't show up. I'm just like, yeah, that sounds about par for the course, and keep it moving.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm wrong, I get to be surprised and excited.
This is true. I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, I get it. I don't even care about Squadron in particular. I care about other solar systems, expansions to the persistent universe, features, things that keep player involvement up, right? That's what I care about. Things that keep the project alive and breathing. Squadron 42 is just part of the equation. Get what I'm saying?
Yep. I'm on the opposite spectrum. I signed up with my Kickstarter, which was for a seamless drop-in, drop-out, co-op, wing commander style space adventure. And I was going to play it with my brother and maybe some other friends or something and have a good time. That doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately. The community as a whole back in the day spoke and they said, we want this extravagant scale. Instead of this, push for the moon, go as far as you can possibly go, and then go past that. And 13 years later, here we are. There's no telling when it's going to stop. Squadron 42 is a flash in the pan. They've already got their funding. They don't need more. It's done. But it's not it, right? It's like There's a lot of people in the community that are like, ah, man, we just gotta wait till Squadron 42 drops, and then they're gonna all hands on deck on freaking Star Citizen, and we're gonna get all the features and everything that they couldn't give us because it'd spoil it in Squadron 42 and blah blah blah. And I'm like, am I the only one that is not seeing the fact that Squadron 42 is episodic? Like, have we not forgotten that? This is episode 1 that has taken this long. You think they're going to divert 1,600 people away from making episode 2 to focus on Star Citizen? I don't think so. On top of that, the sheer scope of Star Citizen and what it needs to be, regardless of its tech, is massive. The even though they haven't disclosed it, we can guess at how much it costs annually for them to run the server. Where's that money going to come from when all the concept ships and everything stop? Because they want to stop that, right? Like 1.0, they want to stop it. How are they going to pay for it? How are they going to pay for Squadron 42 Episode 2?
They're going to do it through memberships. I know they are.
Right. So now we all have to pay a fucking subscription for something that we already bought in.
Does. World of Warcraft, everything else does.
Right, but you didn't pay however much you paid. You didn't pay 4 digits since you have a Javelin for the pleasure of paying for a fucking subscription. You paid for the base game, which was like $55 at the time, right? And then you paid a $15 monthly fee after your 30-day free.
I don't know. I mean, if they do that, I may pull my money out.
They have to.
There are trust laws or something that if they lie flat out bold on projects in Europe, and they are in Europe, right, that they can get in some serious legalese trouble for lying to the... Well, they've already had to make some adjustments, quote unquote, because of that. Sunder, you know?
Yeah, they've got disclaimers and terms of service with everything that you purchase there that exonerates them legally from being responsible and having to, uphold your imagination, basically. But nowhere does it say that they can't claim bankruptcy. Nowhere does it say that they're not allowed to adjust their payment features or their prices at any given time. In fact, quite the opposite. So it's the only sustainable move going forward once it drops. Now, we might have like a period where there isn't something, where it's like full release and we're not paying a subscription. There might be a time in there for that, but it's going to be short. Yeah. How do you pay? I mean, the money's got to come from somewhere, right? You can't just have shit.
If they do it $100 a month, people will leave. Nobody will pay $100.
That's insanity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody will pay 50 even, because that again is crazy.
But you don't need to. Like you 20 is plenty.
That's what I already pay for the subscription for the items. Just roll it into that Centurion and Imperator program.
That's probably what Centurion will become.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I already pay it, so I'm probably already set up for it, which is fine. I to be honest, Sunder, I kind of saw the writing on the wall years ago. Now that I think about it, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna get my max Sol from this, right? So. You get what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, there's a little sunk cost fallacy in there.
Yeah, it's sunk cost, but I get why some of the older backers would be angry about it, but at the same time, you fall into the thing of cost. Cost of running the servers, cost of maintaining the servers, cost of diagnosing them. Keeping things running long term, right?
Yep. Well, on like I said, on top of that, they are going to have to immediately after episode one's release, success. Let's just be positive and say episode one drops and it's a big success. Everybody that's already backed the game that gets it, they all like it. You know, it's got a 98% approval rating out of the people that have been here already and have invested, and it gets a nice little man, I don't know, million player bump on top of it. New people that have been on the sidelines just waiting for it to drop, right? They buy into it. Now they're like, ooh, and they get attracted and whatnot. They have to immediately start mass production on episode 2. They cannot have it take another 15 damn years to drop out another episode, man. It's not tenable.
No, they won't. They can't.
Where's the money coming from at that point? Because 1.0 for Star Citizen is out, so they're not doing concept ships anymore. Where's it coming from?
That's the question.
Subscriptions. And that, no matter how you slice it, you can be okay with it. And I'm okay with you being okay with it because it's personal preference, whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, the truth of it is that's a giant middle finger to everyone that has backed this game, regardless of how much money they've put into it.
Sometimes the real world, unfortunately, gives us the middle finger. I hate to say it.
More often than not.
More often than not, what?
It gives you the middle finger. Food for thought.
Yeah. I mean, dude, you're not telling me anything new. I've known this probably for at least since my second year of doing this, you know?
Are you still buying ships?
Barely. I only do upgrades now. Most of my core fleet is pretty much done, you know?
Shoot, at least 3 of mine are completely obsolete now and have to be melted or CCU chained. And 2 of them are in a package, so I got to completely melt the package in order to do anything worth a damn, and end up losing money because they realized they were losing money, potential money, we'll say, on that whole CCU chain thing, so they've shored it up quite a bit. But yeah, with the whole removal of drone, that Apollo's practically useless now.
They didn't remove it. They're working on it. It's part of 1.0.
That. You want to take a bet? Are you a betting man?
No, I'm not getting into this. Come on, man.
I would take that bet any day of the week.
Well, look, I'm not going to get into it. It's not conducive. What happens happens, and what doesn't happen doesn't happen. Either way, yeah.
All right, Chief. It's good hanging with.
Yeah. Who am I gonna raid? Smithy Joe. Let's see. Well, before I forget, oh crap. I forget what I was gonna say, but there is. You weren't here earlier, were you?
What do you mean earlier?
Like when I was talking to before Hat joined and everybody else, yeah. There was mention through, I think it was either Benoit or someone else. They said that they are looking at an external source that they're hiring for CIG for chat moderation. You know, something that's been direly needed for the PU. Oh my gosh. Some of the vile stuff. I have to turn chat off whenever I do my streams, of Star Citizen, because some people just get absolutely disgusting,
It's for the best.
For the what?
That's for the best. I mean, it's a great indicator on who you don't want to mess with. Like, you don't want to involve yourself. And if they're out there just like spitting out vitriol and being just terrible human beings because they can, because it's a consequence-free environment, then you know that you don't want to mess with those people. You just avoid.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I don't want anything to do with them because they're a bunch of little jerks, and why would I want to deal with them?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Okay. Well, my follower reach has turned around. It was in the 40s, now it's over 55%. So that's not too bad on Twitch.
Good job.
Yeah. Today was a 4-hour, 10-minute stream. I'm an affiliate, so that's good. I get a little bit, but not much. But, they say every little bit helps to keep things going.
Yeah.
Anywho, I'm going to raid somebody. Let's see who's up. Following TV Liquid, Smithy Joe, 5-star. Celine Star Dragon's actually playing Freelancer. Let's see. Let's raid the 5-star. And Chad, I'm going to wish you all a good night. Later,